That is excellent. I pressed the start streaming button and my computer did not catch fire. So we're already off to a great start, boys and girls. I am your host. I am Big Ed Mustafa, and this is Adventures After Dark right here on the Lotro stream. I want to thank Druid's Fire for that terrific introduction. She is always great, and I am happy to mop up after she comes and hangs out with you guys and sets us off to a great start to the weekend. Let's see what else I'm doing here. Host Lotro stream on Big Ed Mustafa's channel. That way if folks are looking for me, they can find me over here. And this is what I logged into. I mean, it's just a beautiful sunset in the Shire. I mean, look at that gorgeous pink hues in the sky, and the wind is just gently rippling the water on the fishing pond. And it's Springfest, so I found a great t-shirt design that I thought summed up Summer Festival pretty well. And I went ahead and tweeted that out to announce that the show was starting. Hopefully you guys are following me on Twitter. You can check that out. And if not, your severe loss, my apologies for that. Let's see what we got going here. So I can see myself on the Lotro stream feed, and for some reason I'm not pupping. Oh, that's weird. Why did it say exit host mode? Let's try that again. Host Lotro stream. Okay, I am hosting myself. So we're going to do some Summer Festival stuff. Probably not for the whole night. We'll mix it up a little bit. I am on Galandriel. She is my champion on Arkenstone server. And I've been hitting the Summer Festival hot and heavy. Not the least of which reason is I have a couple of LIs I need to imbue. And I could use a big pile of Anphilis Starlit crystals. So there you go. I'm actually motivated to do festival work. So here we are. I actually have a few pack spaces. Let's see what the hobbits are giving away tonight. As I am free to play, I only get the silver present. Everybody type your guesses in right now, and if you guess, you win a car. But nobody typed in marks fast enough, so I don't have to give the free car away tonight. Thanks for watching anyway. Mrs. Mustafa very well may murder me, but she hasn't pulled the trigger yet, so... We were talking last night about how it might be a great in real life stream to have Mrs. Mustafa host a stream where everybody sat around and kind of brainstormed ideas to help her commit the perfect murder of me, which I think most of my viewers could get behind as well. I think a lot of people would be excited about that. So one of the things I figured out is you can actually do both the in-league run and the Ale Association Chug Fest without losing rep with the other. These are both worth 1,200 rep points with each faction. And it's a good thing. So we're going to start out by chugging a lot of beer tonight. Looks like the Perry's Porter isn't too bad to start with. I hope everybody had a great week. I hope you are getting ready. Backspace over marks. Yeah, I needed those marks like a hole in the head, so that's all right. They're well worth what I paid for them. Plus, they don't take up a pack slot, so I should just be grateful for that. Okay, that's the first 6 of 36 beers I have to chug for the in-league. And we'll ride the Athelian horse. We are off. You have to start here at the party tree, chug 6 beers before the timer runs out, and then after that you have to ride to all 5 taverns in the Shire and chug 6 beers at each tavern. To say you're a bit of a mess by the time you roll into the bird and baby would be an understatement, but that's all part of the fun. Nothing better than plowing through the Shire on a heavy war steed completely inebriated. It actually gets amazingly difficult to steer those things. And it should shock nobody that in real life I'm not drinking a beer. I, in fact, just cracked open a crisp, delicious, and refreshing Coke Zero. They still have not taken Coke Zero off the shelves here in the States, nor changed the formula to whatever the hell Coke Zero sugar is supposed to be. So I've still got plenty of the real thing stocked up, and I am enjoying it. Plus, I did not drink any Coke Zero while I was at work today. I had one when I got home, but I'm definitely ready for another. So I hope you have something cold and refreshing by you, whether it be similar to what we're chugging in Summer Festival or just your favorite diet soft drink. L'chaim. So after the party tree, Brock Borings has the next tavern that you have to visit, which is the Plow and Stars.
How do you do?
And this used to be a lot harder. I remember a few years ago it seemed like it was really a challenge to get through each of the drinking sections. And they changed the in-league one to be a little more forgiving on the clock. Although I have to say, I did have a little bit of a scare trying to get through the Ale Association yesterday. So I almost ran out of time on one of the legs because I took the wrong direction coming back from Combe back into Bree. And I ended up going down the wrong side street and having to loop around, and just finished one of the legs of the challenge with a few seconds left. You don't have to wait to finish a beer before you can queue up the next one. You can just keep right-clicking until you get your 6th. And now we are off to stock. And I'll go ahead and hop on Thunderhoof, my heavy war steed. Of course, this is just a video game, boys and girls, and this should not be emulated in real life. I will not be drinking 36 beers and then taking the Camry out for a spin later, as that would be stupid and could result in me not being near my computer the next time I wanted to play Lotro. Because I would be locked up. So, let that be a life lesson to you. You can't do in real life everything you can do in Lotro. Don't get really drunk and ride around on the streets. Don't go around with swords and bows and arrows killing everything in sight. That is generally frowned upon in our society. Was a little more permitted back in the Middle Earth days, especially since it was a fictitious story world. Gamer Gramp, hello, and Bumbles Bounce, good to see you again. I had already greeted Southern Belle when I was in chat with Druid's Fire. Always delightful to have her here. The ladies always class up my stream and help keep me on the straight and narrow. If you get a bunch of boys just hanging out giggling, we tend to de-evolve into locker room talk and stupid juvenile pranks, but nothing wrong with that either. That can also be fun. So glad you guys are all still here on Friday night. Don't go fishing in, do go fishing in every little puddle you see. Exactly. Absolution 38, do you prefer Warden or Guardian as a tank? Guardian is the best tank. There's no question about it. Even people who love Wardens, they'll say that you can tank with a Warden, but they have to admit Guardians are the better of the two when it comes to pure tanking. Wardens can off-tank. Wardens are probably the most flexible class. I've gone on record as saying that if I could only play one character it would probably be a warden, just because I like the challenge of it. They're fairly flexible. You can use them a variety of different ways. Um, and I like the challenge a little bit, which I think is also part of the fun of playing the burglar. Burglars and wardens aren't something you can jump into real easily. You have to learn the class. You have to get familiar with the skill trees and know how to put them together. The gambit system is fairly complex. And I feel like I've got a pretty good handle on my warden. I've got a warden that's in the mid-50s. And I've had some other warden players watch me play, and they're just like, "You're an idiot. You're completely missing the point with your warden." And they, um, Coldfell's warden uh, sent me a chart that shows various advanced warden combos that you're supposed to use. And it melted my brain when I saw it. I was like, oh my god, I don't know I ever want to play a warden again. So in that respect, it kind of backfired, because it was like, that looks complicated. As you might gather from the fact that I'm excited about drinking and fishing on stream tonight, my character, not myself, I tend to take a little more casual approach to the game. I kind of came late to the Lotro party. Funny story. I'm considered a 10-year player. I've got the dragon fireworks. I've got the 10-year portrait frame going. I had a beta invite due to an Asheron's Call subscription, and I played Lotro, and I thought it was very well polished but a little dull when it was still in beta. So I did not subscribe to the game. And in fact, I only came back years later after it went free to play, because I'd canceled my subscription to my Asheron's Call and EVE accounts, EVE Online, and had kind of missed having an MMO to play when I had a little bit of downtime. So well, that's okay. It's a heavy war steed. I can just jump over the wall. The other night, I actually turned perfectly into that little gate and crossed through. Not this time, but at least I can hit the bridge, maybe? Yeah. But I can't slow down in time to not just run smack dab into the side of the inn. Alright, I'm just going to get the hell off of this horse. There we go. Sorry, Thunderhoof, you have to wait out here. You're too hard to steer through the doorway. Here we go.
Hello there.
Hello, Daylily. I would like you to make my liver throb, please. Hey, Hunzy, how are you? Ed likes flexible. Flexible is good. Brittle is bad. My picture is moving. I'm having a good night, Hunzy. Everything is coming up roses. I've actually had a pretty good day. I had to go get plates for the new car, and normally going to the DMV is just a horror show. And I walked in there about 9:45 this morning, and there were a bunch of people heading into the door, and I'm like, oh god, this is going to suck. I'm going to be here forever. And I mean, I was hoping I would get back to the office in time to go to lunch, right? Because, you know, if you're going to go to the DMV, you do it on company time. You don't wait until you have the day off. That would just be stupid. So I go to the DMV, and there's a bunch of people walking in at the same time I am. In fact, we were kind of scrambling for parking spaces, and I get there, and as I go walking through the door, everybody who walked through the door with me peels off to the left, and they're going to get their driver's license tests or something. I'm like, yeehaw! So I go walking into the county treasurer's side of the office, and there's only one person ahead of me in the queue, and as I step into the queue, they get helped. They're like, nope, I'm good. So I walk through they have the ropes where they kind of snake around, and you have to zigzag your way up to the front. And as I get up to the front, somebody comes walking up and goes, hi, can I help you, sir? So I walk in and get my car registered, and I walk out all within about 5 minutes, which has never happened before and may never happen again. But I will take the win. That was very nice.
How do you do?
So I got to take the stupid in-transits off of my car windows, which I was happy about. The car's legal, so I'm happy about that. And I got a bill for my eye doctor today, and I found out that not only did I have a $50 credit already at the doctor's to apply to the bill, but that our insurance company actually picked up most of the doctor's visit, which amazed me.
Hello
Since we've
there.
got that do not pay insurance policy. So that was kind of nice. I was expecting that to be a few $100, and I think I owe like $48. So that was very cool. Okay, we have gone to Frogmorton. We have gone to the Green Dragon in Bywater. We'll ride the Blue Roan steed. Or Blue Roan horse. If it's a war horse, it's a steed, but if it's a regular horse, it's merely a mount. So, yeah, it's a lot of beer so far. So, yeah, I've had a pretty good day. Mrs. Mustafa was at home waiting for me when I got here from work, and she made us a little snack before she ran off to go take pictures. School's getting ready to start, so she's in the middle of senior portrait season, which is okay. She makes enough money to pay for most of her camera equipment. We consider that a win. Moonlight does not look fresh as a daisy. She looks like she has had a rough day. This is where it gets tough. You're just drunk enough that you're starting to see double images. And I've been told that, yeah, you can just turn the post-processing effects off and everything will be clear as a bell. And it's like, that's no fun. You have to leave the drunken effects on while you're doing this, otherwise, what's the point? Plus, this reminds me enough of high school and college that I should be pretty good at this anyway. It's not that I never drink anymore, but not like I did when I was a young man. Alcohol is expensive, and if I drink too much of it, it makes me not feel good the next day. And most places give you free refills on, Coke Zero, and they don't necessarily do that with beer. You have to keep paying for beer after beer, so it frustrates some of my
Mead.
buddies. Well, hi, Gamer Gramp. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I was just going to make the comment that it frustrates some of my football watching buddies to no end that will go out and watch a game and I'll sit there and just drink diet soda for the whole football game. They give me grief. They're like, why don't you drink a beer? I'm like, you guys are the lightweights. Beer is made from like water and hops and barley. I'm drinking artificial sweeteners. I'm drinking chemicals. I'm chugging stuff that was made in a laboratory. You guys are pussies. You need to man up and switch to Diet Cola. I don't know if they're buying my argument, but they usually at least don't have a response to that, so I feel pretty good about that. How have you been?
I've been okay. I've been busy. Super busy.
Busy's good. Definitely beats not
Can
having
be.
anything to do.
It can have its downsides, especially when you hurt yourself because you're too busy.
That can be a real problem, yeah. But yeah, I saw you guys tearing it up on Heligrod yesterday.
Yeah, we did some Heligrod.
That was very
Actually,
cool.
we did all of Heligrod.
And speaking of Korean she-devils, it looks like Mrs. Mustafa has just returned from her photo shoot. Hi, Pookie. She's raising a clenched fist at me. I think that either meant I'm going to hurt you as soon as there aren't any witnesses, or it was just a general statement about being pro-Korean power. I'm not sure what that was, but... So what have you been playing lately besides Lotro?
Motorsport Manager.
Okay.
Huh?
That's all right. That sounds like a pretty interesting sim.
Yeah, it's pretty much eating my brain.
You're sitting around all day, every day, thinking about how you're going to finally win that NASCAR championship, or what motorsport does
Something
it
to that
simulate?
effect.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Um, well, it started out simulating just the single driver open wheel, so like F1 style.
Okay.
And it's all there are three leagues, and it's all made up because licensing would cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
So you can manage an established team, or there's a challenge where you start with the worst rated team, and the challenge is to actually get them from the bottom of the bottom league to winning the top league. So that one takes quite some time, and so you can manage the team for decades, literally.
Mrs. Mustafa is waving hi to you and to everyone in chat right now.
Hello, Mrs. Mustafa.
Okay, Pookie, that's enough.
What?
I know, sweetie. It's all right.
I,
Murder, She Wrote will be coming on in a few hours. Why don't you go out in the living room and
actually,
wait for
in less than like 32 minutes to be exact.
it? Okay.
Do you need little crackers, or you want a
Sure, I
sandwich?
could use a snack.
You want a sandwich, or you want crackers?
Probably just crackers for now. I don't want to start like having pieces of sandwich fall out of my mouth too early into the stream, or people might tune out. They're going to tune out anyway, she said. She threw that out there as she was walking away. That's the love of my life, everybody. What can I say? She only speaks the truth. Okay, so I have completed the in-league challenge for the day. So while I'm still plenty good and intoxicated, I'm going to pop over to Bree and see what I can do about getting wrecked on the Ale Association challenge. Double the fun. What's really funny about doing it this way is you actually sober up in the middle of the Ale Association challenge, because the alcohol effects from the in-league wear off. And then you get really inebriated again. Southern Belle says, Mrs. Mustafa is a saint.
For dealing with you, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, Absolution noticed that I'm pretty drunk. Yeah. I'm just goofy. My character's really drunk. But I know what you meant. And since we're going to go see the dwarves, I'm going to ride my mighty war goat of doom into the prancing pony.
Whew.
How'd your photo shoot go, honey?
Oh, fine. Spencer's adorable, so that makes it way easier.
All right.
He has 14% body fat.
That's about the same as me.
I told him, me too. He didn't deny it.
He probably knew it was good for him.
What?
All right, so once you unlock the Ale Association thing, I thought I had to go clear back to Thorin's Hall. I was looking for this last week and couldn't find it, and it was right here. So the key to getting around and doing a lot of summer festival stuff is just knowing the swift travel ring from Kellendam to Thorin's Hall to Bree to Michael Delving. The fishing, you have to do a fair amount of traveling around, but it's all pretty short distance if you know where to find the stable masters. Been doing any summer festival stuff, Gamer Grant?
Actually, no. Didn't do any festival at all. Not.
You're a wise man.
It's just been too busy.
At your service and your families.
This one gets a little exciting because you don't have to travel around as much as you do in the Shire, but it is timed a little more tightly. So normally if you do something for the Ale Association, you lose rep for the in-league and vice versa. But on these two particular drinking contests, you don't. You just get 1,200 rep points, and you can do both of them every day. And the best part is that you're not charged for the beer. So I got that going for me.
Greetings, traveler.
Name the movie.
Huh?
Name the movie.
What movie?
I got that going for me.
Oh, yeah, that's from Caddyshack. So I says to the Dalai Lama, hey, Dalai Lama there, how about a tip? And he says to me, Carl, I cannot reward you financially, but on your deathbed, you will receive total consciousness. So I got that going for me, which is nice. That is my Bill Murray imitation from Caddyshack, everybody.
Greetings, traveler.
Hopefully recognizable. If you've not seen the movie Caddyshack, you all
my
now have your
gosh.
homework assignments for the weekend.
It's hilarious.
Go out and steal a copy, borrow it from a friend,
Hilarious.
tip over a red box vending machine somewhere to get one, but watch Caddyshack. I dare say if I had never seen Caddyshack and a comet were to strike the Earth this very night, the last thought that would go through my mind would be curses for me not having seen Caddyshack. That would be my one regret in my whole life.
Caddyshack. Sorry, I got a lot of stuff going on over here. I beg pardon.
Hey, Terrorblade, welcome.
Terrorblade.
So where did you find the Ale Association Drinking Challenge? I still haven't found it. After you do it the first time, where you start it in Thorin's Hall, you don't have to go back to Thorin's Hall. You can just go to the Prancing Pony and it starts there. There's an Ale Association rep in there, and you can just fire it up and go.
I am at your service.
Okay, this is where I screwed up last time. I've only got 2.5 minutes, and I went down the wrong side street, so I need to get to Jasmine's Garden and not go riding back to the Stone Quarter like I did by accident last time. I'm not a smart man. I am on Arkenstone right now, Terrorblade. And try not to go down the wrong street. I still feel like I'm going to screw this up somehow. Nope, there's the garden dead ahead. So what's so surprising about yesterday, it's actually kind of hard to screw this up. And now I've only got about 90 seconds to get through the 6 beers. As you may have noticed, not all of the beers drink as quickly as the others, and they mix up which ones are fast and which ones are slow at each table. So just because it took a long time to drink a porter at the last station doesn't mean it'll take you a long time to drink a porter at this station. So if it comes down to the time limit, what you choose to drink may make a difference, but usually not. And there is a secret clubhouse in the Bird and Baby and Michael Delving for in-league members who have at least acquainted status. And if you get all the way up to Kindred, I think you unlock a special vendor trader and can get cool stuff like in-league kegs or Ale Association kegs. And I know you can also trade at the in-league for special taxidermy items that are pretty funny. There's a stuffed bear with a hat and a beer stein. There's a wolf drinking a beer. There's a moose smoking a pipe. have less than a minute to finish 6 beers here. I like my chances. Other than the fact that Wisperian and I are competing for the same beers.
Well met, friend.
Boom, 1200 rep with the Ale Association. So that's a thing. Although I was drinking fast enough this time, I don't think I ever did sober up, so that's pretty exciting. Now for the true test of my fishing prowess, Gamer Gramp. We're going to go to the Bree fishing area, lit like a Christmas tree, so we'll see how we do. I had a really good fishing session yesterday. I got 3 of the golden redfish here at the Bree fishing area, and I pulled rare fish at all 4 of the zones.
Are those festival fish?
Yeah, where you get 2 tokens for each fish. So just off of golden redfish yesterday, I got 6 festival tokens.
To do something for
Plus silver haddock, plus starry flounders, plus I can never remember the name of the special fish at Kellendam. Can I be sober enough to recognize when I actually get a bite? That's the question.
You might be missing a cracker.
Okay. Thanks, sweetie. So we've accomplished fishing, and we've accomplished eating on camera. We're off to a good start on our Tedmits. Chat's really quiet. You guys are just mesmerized by the drunken fishing, I guess. I don't know how else
Zombies.
to explain it. Yeah. It's like I said, most people like to tune in when I'm streaming because I'm like the Twitch version of Ambien. People just start to watch me and it's just like lights out. Everybody's going to be waking up like refreshed and peppy tomorrow after 12 hours of slumber. Wow, you look really great. Did you get cosmetic surgery? No, I've just been watching Big Ed Mustafa stream and I've been sleeping like a baby. I'm here to serve you, the viewing public, so I don't mind. Plus, if it gets my wife to bring me snacks while I'm at the computer, then it's all good. There's a drum. For every 4 drum you catch, you get a token. For every 4 amberjack you get a token. The Kellendam fish are called lulim. 4 of those is worth a token. In the Hobbiton fishing area, you can catch all of those, plus you can catch small fish, and 4 small fish are worth a festival token. But I've already got 3 more Handful of Starlit Crystals from the festival. I haven't been working it real hard, so I think I pulled 6 of them last year. Feckless! Yay, fishing! Yeah, Feckless was complaining loudly about being basically peer pressured into fishing on stream last week. So some of us do this by choice, Feck. Feckless is another outstanding member of the Lotro stream team here on Twitch. Always great to see you, Feck. And in fact, I was saving this as a bit of a surprise, but we actually have a special guest tonight with us here in Discord. It's the 43rd President of the United States, George W. Bush. I was just curious, President Bush, what you think the best way to support Feckless would be in her efforts to continue to stream Lotro. Did you have any suggestions on how we can support Feckless's stream?
I know a lot of people want to send blankets or water. Just send your cash.
That's great advice, President Bush. Thank you for that. So there you have it. If you want to support Feckless and her outstanding streams, just send her cash. She doesn't need the blankets or water. She's okay. See, huh? New wrinkle. You weren't expecting that, were you? If we can get you guys to just sort of chip in and maybe get Feckless a few $100,000, we might be able to apply to get her like a matching FEMA grant, and then she could be looking at real money. So we need to all pitch in and make that happen. I'm sure that the fact that she lives in the UK will in no way dissuade FEMA from wanting to help. You could move to the US with that kind of cash, and that would be about the amount of money it would take for them to welcome you. Although I would hope at this point emigrating from the UK is hopefully still fairly easy. There's a golden redfish, very nice. Still got 13 minutes left, and I've already got one of those, so. That is a 2-token fish right there, Gamer Gramp. I am rocking and rolling.
Huzzah.
Exactly. I may not have 200,000 subscribers, but the fishing action here is hot and heavy.
The fishing is real.
Exactly. Feckless did more fishing yesterday. See, it's getting to be habit forming, isn't it? And apparently I've sobered up now, so we'll see if that affects the fishing in a good or bad way. Hey, the Buddha Fist, how are you? The fishing is good. I've already got one golden redfish. I've been picking up drums. We're off to a good start. I did the whole in-league run and the Ale Association run without falling off of my horse, so I'm excited about that. And anybody who's in stream who wants to correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have till July 17th. Through Monday, you can do summer festival and anniversary scavenger hunts. And after that, I think both of them expire. Or I'm wrong, one of the two. It has been a good night so far, the Buddha Fist. I want to give shout outs to the Buddha Fist and, of course, to my friend Gamer Gramp, who's chatting with me in Discord. Both of them also stream Lotro. And while they may not be part of the Lotro stream team, they are both fine streamers, and I'd encourage you to throw them both a follow. For one thing, neither of them would ever punish viewers by doing an hour straight fishing. So.
No, I just speak in a Russian accent during my streams.
Well, if you're playing Red Orchestra, that's just totally the thing to do.
Yes. No,
All
I kind of resurrected my
You're fine for now?
Soviet Moria thing.
I'm tired.
Is it kind of like Yakov Smirnoff jokes, or what do you do typically?
No, it's just when I read the quest text from the dwarves, I read it in a Russian accent.
Perfect.
So, yeah. It was just something that started last year, and I put it off to the side. It was something I did on Sunday mornings for a while. Anyway, I stopped doing it for a while, and and our level 50 group in on Brandywine, we lifted the level cap yesterday, so we're going up to level 60, which means going back through Moria. So I started taking my lore master through the Halling Gate, and once I got to the dwarf area, it's like I just naturally kind of slipped right back into it. You know, dwarf quest text, Russian accent. Welcome, comrade, to Khazad-dûm.
So have you been streaming on Sunday mornings regularly, or?
No, I did for a while last year for a few months. And then got busy, stopped streaming for about a month. And by the time I came back, Evil Twin was doing his Sunday morning coffee streams. And I'm not going to try to compete with that.
Okay. So I know you like to do Friday skirmishes, and you've been playing with Evil and Gussie on Thursdays.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay.
Yeah, we did our last level 50 Rift raid yesterday.
Yeah, I think Evil was talking, you guys raided the Rift like 17 weeks in a row or something.
Something like that, 14, 17, something around there.
The number was in dispute, yeah. But
Yeah. Less than 20, more than 10.
just enough for everybody to get all the cosmetics they wanted out of there, so.
Except for me, because I'm just too busy to join on a regular basis.
Well, doggone it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like last Thursday... Where was I last Thursday? Longview, Washington. The Thursday before that, I was in Medford, Oregon. The Thursday before that, I was in Oklahoma City. So... Thursdays have just kind of been... I've been all over the place on Thursdays.
Yeah, hopefully you get a chance to use the airline miles for something fun once in a while.
Well, I went to Dallas Fort Worth 3 times last year and got to meet Alup a couple of times. We went and had lunch. You know that.
Yeah. I saw the pictures. Speaking of which, I just posted a picture in my Discord chat a little while ago. Mrs. Mustafa and I had the pleasure of meeting the Cookie Mama and Desert Owl when they came through town. They've been out traveling all over the country and visiting family, and they came through Omaha. I want to say it was Tuesday night. They got in kind of late, but we met them at a Denny's right off the interstate and grabbed a late dinner and chatted for quite a while, and it was fun. Nice folks.
Those two in the middle must be their children.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great kids, too. And Druid's Fire and the Cookie Mama used to play RPGs. I jokingly said Telegraph. It might have been by Telnet. I don't know. I asked Druid's Fire if it was back when Nevada was still considered a territory. It was about 15 years ago, but they've known each other for quite a while. So funny how it goes sometimes. Sure, if any of you know me 15 years from now, you'll be like, why can't I get rid of this guy? Hey, Gamer Gramp. Oh, for the love of God, he found me again. Hi, Big Ed. That's okay.
I'm so excited.
Exactly. I had a professor of mine tell me I would make an excellent political scientist because I, quote, have a very resilient ego, unquote. Like that's a professorial backhanded compliment, so. Well, we're pulling lots of drum, but I haven't gotten that second golden redfish yet, so hopefully there's at least one more of those before the timer runs out. I know everybody out there watching is just on the edge of their seats rooting for me right now, so I'll try not to disappoint. Yep, I pulled the trigger too soon.
That or they're drooling on their keyboards.
Yeah, that too.
Mobile device.
That too, yeah. If anybody was listening in their car, like I occasionally do, they've probably already veered off the road.
Oh, is that what happened this afternoon in on the highway?
Yeah.
Yeah, I passed by an accident earlier today. Again, I was on the road today. Went to Eugene, Oregon. And anyway, at one point I drove by a pretty major accident, maybe about 30 seconds after it happened. So I was like, oh, crap.
That's always a little scary, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, another golden redfish. 2.5 minutes left. Can he pull the third one? Inquiring minds want to know. I do have a lucky horseshoe equipped. I'm using a Rohirric fishing rod, which is +8 fishing skill, which as near as I can calculate means absolutely nothing, just in case you're curious. If you're wondering whether or not using a higher quality fishing pole improves your chances, Tellurian would have to give you the final numbers, but as far as I can figure, it doesn't make a bit of difference. Neither does the horseshoe, but, you know, fishermen tend to be a superstitious lot. We have to sacrifice a virgin or Poseidon will sink our ships, you know, that kind of thing. That's the other nice thing about Summer Festival. If I'm getting any lag, nobody can tell. So I got that going for me. Well, that was the best part about getting my license plates today. I could finally put my Seattle Seahawks license plate bracket on the new car.
Yay!
Go Hawks!
Yeah, we have Seattle Seahawks license plate covers too. Probably the only two among this community, huh?
Actually, I was surprised at how many Seahawks fans there were. I know Jet 420 is a big Seahawks fan, and Gussie Moose, of course, lives in Seattle. So there's
True,
a few of us out there, yeah. But I guarantee I'm the only one in Nebraska, period, for a long time. For about 25 years, I was the only. It's funny how when you win a Super Bowl, all of a sudden the new fans start popping up. But if I go out to watch a Seahawks game at the bar, normally most of the other people in Seahawks jerseys are really cute girls in their 20s, so I don't have a problem mingling with them.
Right.
Hi. Yeah, I love the Seahawks too. Oh, this woman I'm with? She's my wife, but she's not really that attached to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been living in the Northwest since, when did I move up here? Well, actually, you can look. You can Google it. The day that I moved to Oregon was the day that Mount St. Helens erupted.
Nice.
Yeah. So I've been living in the Northwest ever since Mount St. Helens blew, minus my time in the Army.
Well, we just picked up 5 festival tokens and a dace to add to our cooking fish ingredient collection, so I got that going for me too. Well, I've told the story before about how I ended up being a Seahawks fan in Nebraska, but back before the day of the NFL ticket, most of the football that got shown around here was Kansas City Chiefs or Denver Broncos. So I got to see the Seahawks about 4 times a year, and they were pretty good. Chuck Knox had them getting into the playoffs, and Kurt Warner was an African-American running back instead of a white quarterback.
Right.
Dave Craig and his impossibly small hands would still go out and manage to win games occasionally. So, yeah, I just kind of started watching the Seahawks as I was growing up and getting into football, and just liked the team. And it was the funniest thing when I first started acquiring sweatshirts and things back in the mid-'80s. People were like, is that an Arena League team? I'm like, no, the Seattle Seahawks. They're an actual NFL franchise. People were like, are you sure? That's not just something that got made up somewhere. No. They joined the league in, was it 76? I think they came in the same year as the Saints. Might have been 77, yeah.
What can I do for you?
Okay, if you want to watch me continue to do festival fishing, do nothing. If you'd prefer that I move on and do some quests, type "for the love of God, quit fishing" into chat, and if 5 or more of you answer in that way, I may consider doing something else. I'll come back and fish later, but is that you typing right now, Gamer Graham? For the love of God.
There.
Perfect.
Plug.
F-Tlog for the win.
Yes. Nice. Copy paste.
Yep. Terror Blade's on board. He was hanging out with Arcast last night. We were in Arcast chat and having a good time. And he was like, oh, yeah, I'll have to check out Big Ed Mustafa's stream. And now I think he's regretting every minute of it. It's like, oh my God, this guy's going to keep fishing. What's wrong with him? Lots of things. Terror Blade, lots of things are wrong with me. Lulim. Bumbles is also a gaming grandpa. So that's 2 Terrorblade. You need 3 more people to give the F-Tlog, and we'll consider
Yes.
moving on from fishing. Oh, Terrorblade still thinks I'm cool, even though I continue to fish. That's very generous of you. So, I don't think it matters if I'm slaying Balrogs or just doing festival fishing. The whole point is to hang out and have a good time and show off Lord of the Rings online in all of its glory. And, you know, it's not the game that makes the streaming fun, it's the people in the chat. So, guys like Gamer Gramp who are willing to hang out with me even though I'm fishing.
Huh, what?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm still mad about Super Bowl 40. So, documented fact, boys and girls, if you go to Google and you just type the phrase worst Super Bowl officiating, you'll get 10 million hits all about Super Bowl 40 and how the Zebras basically took the Super Bowl away from the Seahawks. Pittsburgh
You might
never
get-
should have won that game.
You might get 2 or 3 hits for others.
Literally 10 million hits for that particular game.
Yeah. And then, 3 for the others. It's kind of funny, actually.
The head referee from Super Bowl 40, after he retired, basically came out and apologized for tanking that game. With language that was just short of causing him to lose his NFL pension. There it is, a Kelebhal. That's the rare fish here at Kellendon. So we've already got one of those just barely 3 minutes into the session. That's pretty good. Your friend Alap Enya has just started watching. All right,
Uh-oh.
things are about to go south in a hurry.
We're doomed.
Yep.
Discord, Discord.
Hopefully it was a fluke and he's just logging on to watch porn and Twitch came up by accident, so we'll see what happens here. Oh, the tuck rule? Yeah, everybody's still mad about that too, Bumbles. I'm looking forward to the Raiders re-emerging. It'll be nice to see another powerhouse in the AFC. I miss the days of the old black and blue games when Pittsburgh and Oakland would just basically go out in the field and it was last man standing. Well, no actual sign of Alap Enya yet. My porn theory might actually be on target there.
Might be.
Nice, a second Caleb Still 15 minutes to go. I know I'm the only person in Middle Earth who could be excited about that, but I am excited about that. I am landing rare trophy fish for the festival tokens. It's a good thing. Oh man. I looked over to read chat and missed a fish. Now I'm sad. I think it was an AFC championship, Bumbles. It'll be interesting to see if the Falcons have been bounced back from that debacle. We just gave up a 25-point lead and pissed down our legs. What are we going to do? Kryles, howdy. Sorry I'm late. Got no notice you were on. I tweeted, bud. It's okay. It's not like you missed much. Just some drunken horse riding and some fishing.
A lot of fishing.
A lot of fishing. I think more fishing than Terrorblade was ready to cope with.
Right. Oh, the trauma.
If I can get 5 viewers to type, "For the love of God, quit fishing" in chat, I will move on. So far, we've gotten 2 requests to move on. Yeah, you can fish an hour and 10 minutes per character per day for just pure festival fishing, Terrorblade, so... The good news is I only have 15 characters, so we should be well through this by noon tomorrow. Of course, by then I'll be able to start the cycle over. For the love of God, keep fishing. See, Kryles always likes to appeal to my bad instincts. That's why I like him. When I looked, I'm only 20,900 rep points away from being celebrated in North Athelion. I have no shortage of things to grind on. Nice, I think that's the 3rd Keleball. We still got 10 minutes to go. I know it's painful to watch, Terrorblade, but I am kicking ass here at the fishing docks in Arid Lewin. I haven't been playing spreadsheets in space lately. I've kind of maxed out what I can do on that free-to-play account. So if I'm going to keep playing EVE Online, I need to resubscribe, and just haven't... I guess as busy as it's been at work, I feel like my playtime's been cut. And if I can only have time for one game, it's going to be Lotro. I stream and play Lotro a lot. It's not like I don't like a lot of other games, but when I sit down to chillax, this is usually my go-to game. Someday it won't be, but that's probably a long way off. I think what usually spoils an MMO for me in the end is when all of my friends move on and there isn't anybody hanging around anymore that I know. Then you're just kind of going through the motions, wondering why you're doing what you're doing. It's like, wait, isn't this a multiplayer game? Aren't I supposed to be hanging out with other people? And you realize that all of your friends left, and it's like, yeah, okay, time to turn the lights off. The good news is, for most MMOs, that can take a really long time. Save up that money for the overpriced expansions. That's what it's all about, Terrorblade. Just hang out and enjoy the company. We'll talk football. We'll make fun of people. We'll make jokes about my wife murdering me, and we'll all laugh and laugh. Yeah, I'm glad that 1 to 105 group is doing good, or 5 to 105, or 7 to 105. Yeah, Final Fantasy 11 and Final Fantasy 14 both look pretty cool, but at the end of the day, the storytelling in Lotro, I think, is what keeps me hooked. When you already know the game world and you're already a bit emotionally invested in it and what goes on in it, just makes the game that much more fun. Oh, somebody missed a fish nearby. Well, that's okay, Terrorblade. Feckless lives in the UK, and she's actually a big Washington Redskins fan. It can be learnt. And I think soccer is a fine sport. Or football, as they call it. Soccer and hockey and basketball to me are all very similar in that they have a kind of a rhythm to them. It's much easier to get an appreciation for that if you're watching live. If you're watching it on television, particularly with lots of commercial breaks, much more difficult to get a feel for the game. But, if you get into the ebb and the flow of the game, whether it's any of those three sports, I think they're pretty enjoyable to watch. I think one of the reasons I have a harder time following baseball is because it doesn't have much of a rhythm to it. Although I actually did go to a live baseball game last month. Omaha, Nebraska, where I live, is the home of the College World Series and has been since like 1953. And to people in Omaha, that's a big deal because we host it. And to people around the rest of the United States, they're like, what the hell is a College World Series? Most of your top baseball prospects in the United States and surrounding nations go straight from high school into minor league baseball. They don't generally go on to college. But a lot of very good baseball players do go on to play college baseball. And they have regional and super regional tournaments, and the top 8 teams in the country come to Omaha every year and play a double elimination College World Series tournament. And we got to see LSU eliminate Florida State in a loser's bracket game, which was quite fun. LSU started out by shelling them like 5 runs in the top of the second. And then Florida State never did get the bats going strong enough to get back in the game. But the state of Nebraska has no professional sports teams of any kind. We have the University of Nebraska for football. We've got Creighton University for college soccer and basketball. And we've got the College World Series. It's a really fun local event unless one of the local universities actually makes it in. I've seen Nebraska get in once, and I think I've seen Creighton get in once or twice. And it kind of ruins the atmosphere because all these home team bandwagon people come out, and people who've traveled up here from Texas or Florida or Cal State Fullerton, they come all the way to Omaha and then they can't get tickets, and there's all kinds of local fans crowding everybody out. So it's actually more fun when the home teams don't get in. And then most of the locals around here just hate Texas because they kicked our ass for so many years at college football. And then, like, the Texas baseball team comes up, and that's a completely different animal. And some of the locals will root against Texas just because it's Texas. And it's like, it ain't football. Don't root against Texas. It's a perfectly nice baseball team. Make them feel welcome, please. They don't get it. The Oregon State Beavers won the College World Series twice in a row about 5 years ago. Yeah, they have some good college baseball teams there. I have seen that movie at Gamer Gramp. I think he might have meant something different, Kryles. I have completed sitting on a dock. And I missed a fish. Yeah, Arkansas's been up here quite a bit. Let's see how we did, boys and girls. Yeah, I got 3 of the Caleb Halls. Can never remember that. We don't have Caleb Hall in Nebraska. I never have reeled one of those in. So that was 6 plus 4 more. I got 10 tokens just from fishing in Kellendon. That's a good deal. Wasting time indeed.
What do you need?
Ten years since they got back-to-back World Series wins. I actually have an Oregon State ball cap and I have a South Carolina ball cap. And I occasionally put the South Carolina ball cap inside of the Oregon State ball cap and then pull it out and then put them back together and then pull them out. Makes me giggle. How did I level up a legendary item just by fishing? Must be missing something there. Oh, looks like my first age sword is just about peaked out at 70th. I just finally got a scroll of delving for it a little while ago. I really have to get my LIs imbued. I've been putting it off just because I get all stressed about what if I'm missing something that I need? What if I don't have the right legacy on it? And it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, if you want to go to Mordor, you better be ready to hit really hard. So I can't put it off. I'll just have to do the best I can and fix it later if I screw it up. Good news, everybody. We've got more fishing ahead. I guess we can get down off the goat. And I like to set up here for no particular reason other than it's picturesque. And occasionally you'll see fish jumping out here and you'll see fish swimming around through here. So I don't think it makes much of a difference, but at least it's extra scenery. So here the fish to catch are going to be amberjack for the commons. And we're going to want to be pulling in silver haddock, are the rare 2-token fish. For those of you taking notes at home. Hey, amberjack right off the bat. OSU has been to the World Series 5 times since 2000. Yeah, if the fishing wasn't driving everybody away, Gamer Gramp, I suspect that college baseball talk might. But it's fun to watch the games. The ballpark is beautiful, and I mean, it's pure competitive baseball, and very high talent levels. It's a good time. They just built a new stadium a few years ago, and it's really nice. TD Ameritrade Park, right off of downtown Omaha. And I think it's fun for the players because since college baseball isn't normally that big of a draw, I'd heard like the Big East conference tournament, they were lucky to get 200 spectators out at some of the games, and they come to Omaha and they get to play in front of 15 or 20,000 fans. It's probably the best college baseball experience there is. I mean, we really do pack the stadium. I know it's not a big thing nationwide. ESPN will televise the games, but it's sort of like, well, they're on in the middle of the afternoon and there's not much else to show, and we can get the rights to the College World Series for next to nothing. But, if you live in Omaha, Nebraska, you're excited to just hear Omaha mentioned on a TV show. So we kind of make it a bigger deal than it probably is, but it's a good fit for everybody. Art 9K, interesting. Have to check that. Thanks. Hi, Art. We are trying to catch the elusive silver haddock. It is Summer Festival here in Middle Earth, and Summer Festival is all about drinking heavily and fishing. And my champion Galandriel has done plenty of both so far tonight.
Yeah, an interesting little bit of college baseball trivia is that so when the Beavers won their back-to-back World Series championships, our nearest rival, the Oregon State Ducks, or not Oregon State, the U of O Ducks, reinitiated their baseball program. They had actually shut down their baseball program for about 30 years. And then because the Beavers got 2 in a row, the Ducks are like, oh, we have to get on this action.
They actually started their baseball program back
They
up?
did. Yep, they did. The year after the Beavers won their second.
That's funny. Kryles, my snack at the moment is peanut butter crackers. I think it's a basic saltine with peanut butter in the middle, kind of sandwich style. Yeah, it must be frustrating watching the Beavers try to compete with the Ducks.
You know, every once in a while they can. Between the years 2000 and I'd say about 2005, the Beavers and the Ducks were really slugging it out, basically competing for number 1 and number 2 in the Pac-10 most years in that time period. And one of those years, the Beavers started the college football season ranked number 1 in the Sports Illustrated polls. But typically, I'm not really much of a college sports person, so I don't really pay attention to anything outside of, Oregon State.
Yeah, you watch your team. I'm kind of the same way.
Yeah, exactly.
I have some buddies who had a college fantasy league, and one of my friends, I can just, any NFL player, I can be like, where'd he go to college? If it's any skill position, he knows from their stupid college fantasy league. And it doesn't have to be a well-known player. It could be some team's third-string running back or some team's slot receiver or something like that. And, oh yeah, he went to BYU. Okay. I think he transferred there from Arizona State. All right. Kryles, they were bought sandwiched. I'm pretty sure Mrs. Mustafa just opened the package and dropped them in a bowl. Every once in a while, I'll hit her with a snack request, and she just will have no part of it. She likes to make nachos occasionally, and so one time I was like, could you get those Tostitos scoop chips and then just put a little bit of beans or a little bit of ground beef into each one, and then cheese on top of that, and then put a little half spoonful of salsa and kind of spread them out on a cookie sheet so they bake up nice, but they don't stick together? No, I'm not doing that. I'm like, dang it. Should have married the Laotian girlfriend. This Korean is too opinionated. So.
What about the Costa Rican gal?
No. If I had asked her to do that, she would have just cut me. There would have been no getting away with that. Okay. Yeah. Mrs. Mustafa's never actually pulled a knife or a razor on me, although I'm sure she's thought about it. Here's another interesting
OSU Beaver bit of trivia.
Cryle
No,
says
this one.
Cryle says he has to pay them a lot to cut him. They don't do that for free. More Beavers trivia.
About 3 years ago, maybe it was 4 or 5 years ago now. Everything seems to be longer ago than I think it is. But the Beavers were expanding their football stadium. You know, long overdue. So they finally started working on it. And in the off season, they started digging under one of the end zones to, kind of, support the field and add more seating and whatnot. Anyway, so underneath the end zone, about 20 feet down, was a woolly mammoth.
Nice.
An completely intact woolly mammoth fossil right under one of the end zones.
Which, of course, had to screw up the construction schedule.
Oh, it did. But you know what? Since OSU is a science-based college, there is a huge archaeological and paleontological, I hope I'm saying that right, contingent at the school. So instead of having to go to Central Oregon for their fossil digs, they just basically
walk out
went,
to the
2
football
blocks.
field. Yeah.
Yeah,
awesome.
They just went to the football field. It's like, this is great. This is actually saving the college a lot of money.
Not to mention the money they were able to make off the paleontology students by selling them hot dogs and nachos.
Oh, of course. Yeah. With mammoth tusk-shaped toothpicks, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was actually huge news here in Western Oregon when that happened. Because it's not every day you find a completely intact woolly mammoth fossil anywhere. Never mind on your own campus.
Never mind in the middle of your own football field too. That's pretty extraordinary.
Mm-hmm.
So Kryles has some pretty eclectic tastes in women. I was watching All Upstream Wednesday, and I think Kryles was his first subscriber, and All Up got all choked up. And I typed that Kryles really loves All Up Enya because now that he's clean shaven, he looks a lot like Kathy Bates.
Wow. My first subscriber is a YouTuber from Germany.
Awesome.
Yeah. More cushion for the pushing.
All Up Enya's been working on losing some of that cushion, but I think you're going to be safe for a while. I'm going to keep talking trash about All Up and hopefully be able to call him out, but I think my previous theory seems to be holding fast. So
I could text him. I actually have his phone number.
yeah, I call him and talk to him occasionally too. Hey, there's a silver haddock. Speaking of paleontology, I was out fishing with a buddy in Minnesota one time, and we're just hanging out in the boat trying to catch fish, and game warden comes by to check on us, and he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" "Oh, pretty good. How are you? What are you guys fishing for?" And I'm like, "Well, we thought we were fishing for walleye, but the way they're hitting, we may as well be fishing for coelacanth." And the game warden was like, "Okay," and just sort of went away. For those of you not familiar with the coelacanth, it's a 300 million year old prehistoric fish, long since thought extinct, but they caught one off the coast of Madagascar back in like 1921. And
there are actually 2 known species of coelacanth still alive.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because of your proximity to the Paleontology University.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. One is a semi-freshwater species that is found primarily in South American rivers, or South African rivers, hence why you would find them off the coast of Madagascar. The other species is actually, it's either off the coast of Australia or New Zealand. I don't remember which one. But there are two very distinctly different species. They're totally different sizes.
And Southern Belle says they have lobed fins.
Yeah, I'm a font of useless knowledge.
There is no knowledge which is not power.
I don't know, knowing that there's 153 different species of quinoa available in the Andes Mountains and only 4 of them are sold in the United States, that doesn't seem terribly useful information to me.
Well, yeah, maybe Whole Foods will want to call you up to be their quinoa buyer. You never know. See, now Fairbreeze Tanks-A-Lot, who's fishing just to my right, has the Busy Bee title up. That is one of the task turn-in titles you can get for doing your daily tasks. Galandriel is, of course, sporting the Lady of Streams title. Gravity 42 had a pretty good line. I don't know if you saw it in my Discord chat. Oop, I pulled the pin too early there. I don't know what I was thinking about. But he posted that he finally got Lady of Streams on one of his characters, and that basically it meant you either have 200 fishing skill or basically you're kindred with Big Ed Mustafa. So I thought that was pretty funny. It's like, hey, a fellow angler. Do you use your knowledge of the coelacanth quite a bit when you're doing electrical engineering, Gamer Grant?
Oh, obviously, they're very closely linked. Yeah, knowing that a coelacanth can swim on its head for 2 minutes in is also very useful for electrical engineering.
Well, I was just surprised my buddy I was fishing with got the joke, even if the game warden didn't. I was like, that's awesome. Jeff and I might be the only 2 guys on this lake who got that. I'm just excited that you and Southern Belle are both such big coelacanth fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the funniest thing, but that's part of the fun of hanging out in Twitch streams here, especially in the Lotro community. You just never know what you're going to learn or what you're going to end up talking about or what you're going to have in common with somebody.
Coelacanth and quinoa.
Yeah. Or when somebody from New Mexico just happens to be driving through your town.
Right.
That was
Or
also
somebody
fun.
from Oregon happens to be going through Dallas-Fort Worth Airport.
Exactly.
You know, it's funny. You know, I was saying about 3-4 weeks ago, I was in Oklahoma City, right?
Yeah.
That's where Eldolith and her husband lived until a few months back.
Oh.
So I only missed them by a few months.
No, they were living in Bellevue, Nebraska.
Oh, were they in?
Yeah, she was from
Oh,
Oklahoma
she
originally.
grew up. Yeah,
Yeah.
she grew up in Oklahoma City. Yeah.
And I think her husband was from Texas, maybe? But he got stationed at Offutt here in Bellevue. And I had, Mrs. Mustafa and I had met Eldolith and Lady Gun. Lady Gun and her family were driving through here on their way to Minnesota on vacation. And we picked Eldolith up at her house, and we all met up at this Quaker Steak
Yeah.
and Lube chicken wing place in Council
I
Bluffs.
remember those pictures.
Yeah. Also very nice folks. And
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a time for Gussie and I to get together, since we live actually relatively close. You know, we're about, say it would be about a 6-hour drive. You know, so in the grand scheme of things, that's not all that terribly far apart.
nope. No,
And
I
in
had
fact,
a sister who lived in
Gussie-
Wichita. I could do 6 hours standing on my head, probably.
I get the okay from Evil to meet her. Yeah, it turns out that Gussie actually grew up not far from where I live right now. So I was teasing her yesterday and today because I have some fresh saltwater taffy from the Oregon coast, which
Well,
I
my
don't
friend,
know if that's like a Oregon thing, but she and I both grew up with, saltwater taffy from the coast kind of being a thing. You go out to the coast, you get saltwater taffy, and they have these wax wrappers. They're very distinctive, and so I opened up one yesterday during our Rift raid, and Gussie's like, "I know that sound. That's saltwater taffy. That's the wax paper wrapping you're tearing."
Yeah, it's pretty popular on the East Coast, too. But word got out they sell saltwater taffy nationwide. The candy stores around here have it. If you've
They're
got local
delicious.
brands, it's probably better. But
Delicious.
yeah, Mrs. Mustafa likes saltwater taffy.
Silver pants?
Yes, dear.
I'm just wondering
Very
if
tired.
saltwater
Probably
taffy,
watch a little bird. She wrote it.
why it's only made on the coast. If is there something about
need
the
something?
like the air pressure?
No, that's where the salt water is.
Well, yeah, but you can
Huh?
import salt water.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the wax paper tearing. Mmm.
Yeah, the sound of saltwater taffy being open is enough to make most people jealous. They don't have any themselves. The problem is Mrs. Mustafa will buy like 5 pounds of it and then eat like 3 pieces and leave the bag laying around. She leaves the bag in front of me, like she'll just bring the whole bag in and set it in front of me at the computer, and then like 90 minutes later my jaw will hurt and I'll have like a whole huge pile of empty wrappers in front of me. It's like, don't leave that here.
Hello there.
Yeah, if you ever want to see this again, do not leave it in front of me.
All right, the good news there, Terror Blade, is we are down to the last 10 minutes of festival fishing on Glandriel. We're almost through, bud. Hang in there.
And then you'll switch to another character, right?
Yeah, and then I've just got 14 more characters I need to fish on today. Yep, I think I clicked the mouse button by accident. Oh, there really was a fish on. I think that was just dumb luck. Amberjack. Thank you for helping out Art. Appreciate you guys giving him some advice. What's your bit rate, Big Ed? You're very pixelated. Shouldn't be. I've got the bit rate set to 4500K, which should be plenty for 720p 60 frames a second. And by all indications, everything's running smoothly on my end. So my apologies. I try to strive to provide the best video quality possible. And if I'm not, then I'm dropping the ball. It's a Nebraska thing. He has a skin disease at Spiteful Smith. Be respectful. Do I look pixelated to anybody else?
Yeah. But I just figured it's a Nebraska thing.
Exactly. It's pixelated here as well, Big Ed. Pixelitis. Everybody says I look pixelated. All right. Well. I'm dropping frames occasionally.
There's a subtle hint. Catriona thinks it's the fishing.
The water effect is causing it. That could be. We're almost done with fishing, guys. Hang in there. Gamer Gramp and Southern Belle and I can continue to entertain you all with riveting talk about the coelacanth and college baseball and all kinds of stuff that you're just dying to know more about. So,
Yeah, quinoa and mammoth fossils.
yeah. And here's a coincidence for you. The official state fossil of Nebraska, the woolly mammoth.
That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah. I just meant the water animation makes the edges of things by it look pixelated at times. Yeah, it could be the case. Hopefully we'll be moving on here shortly. There is a limit to how much even I like to fish in Lotro, so happy to report that we're quickly coming up on it. Like I said, I need the handful of starlit crystals. Ooh, starry flounder. We got another rare.
I'm looking at a list right now of state fossils. And it goes down,
Bye, Kryles.
says, Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas state fossil. No state fossil. Lame. That's what it actually says on the website. Lame.
Well, the only reason I know that is When I was in junior high, I went to this local competition called the Roncalli Wits Clash. I was picked to be on one of the teams representing my school, and the governor at the time was a gentleman named Charles Thone, who was probably close to 80 years old. I'm sure he's a nice man. He was just really old, and I was a smart-ass junior high student. And we're at the Roncalli Wits Clash, and the question comes up, what is the state fossil of Nebraska? And our team had no idea, so we had to pass on the question. And so the other team was trying to talk it over, and I leaned over to a buddy of mine, Jamie Winters, and they go, what is the state fossil of Nebraska? And I lean into Jamie and I go, Charles Thone. And the room was quiet enough that everybody heard it, and even the judges were cracking up and laughing and stuff. And it threw off the other team enough that they weren't even able to put a guess together. And afterwards, the judges were like, "No, sorry, it's the woolly mammoth." So, because of that, I happen to remember that the state fossil is the woolly mammoth.
Nebraska state fossil, Mammuthus primigenius. Age, Pleistocene. Year designated 1967. There you go.
Perfect.
Any requests for state fossils from the audience here? I'll look up your state.
Hawaii.
Tell you what your state fossil is. Hawaii does not have one.
Florida?
They are also lame. Florida, I think, might be another lame one.
Wow.
Florida. No, Florida has one. It is the Anthozoa agatized coral, age Eocene, designated 1979.
Art sees the pixelization when he goes full screen. Southern Belle wants to know about North Carolina and Pennsylvania.
Okay, let's see here. Let's go to North Carolina. Where are you? I saw you. North Carolina, fossil megalodon teeth. The Carcharodon megalodon, age Miocene, year designated 2013. Let's see here. Now let's look at Pennsylvania. State fossil is the trilobite.
I was going to guess
Dacops
that.
ranarana, age Devonian, year designated 1988. So there you go, megalodon tooth and trilobite.
All right, after we get through the rest of the state fossils, everybody, if you want him to do, if you want Gamer Gramp to do state birds next, just type birds in chat. And if you'd rather he did state flower, just type flower.
Yeah,
North Carolina would have been
trivia
Jesse
corner.
Helms. Yeah.
The fossil from my state, Oregon, is the Dawn redwood. Jeez, cannot speak anymore. The scientific name being the Metasequoia from the Miocene age, designated in 2005.
There you go.
Yeah. All the things you never wanted to know. Like what your parents did on their third date.
Oh, they did a lot, I can promise you. Okay, everybody, we've only got 25 seconds of fishing activity left, so hang on to your seats. It's going to be a wild ride. I don't know if I'm going to get this in time. Just missed it, I'll bet. Yep, doggone it. I have run out of festival fishing spots, boys and girls.
Sad.
Good day.
My life in general, or the fact that I just wasted an hour and 10 minutes fishing? Probably both. That's okay. 1 starry flounder. 7 small fish. 6 drum. 7 lulum. And the good news, I could add another crystal to the pile. Yay. Sure, I could get fun stuff like kites or horses or something like that, but when you're storage challenged like I am, you just gotta suck it up and take the most useful thing you can get. And Thunderhoof is stuck against a fence post. There we go. Yeah, I don't think we need to mess with kites tonight. So what are we going to do? I could do North Athelian dailies, which is highly boring for everybody, including me, but I kind of need to do them. Or I can just grab a random character and we can go mix things up a bit. Yeah, the idea of doing North Athelian dailies after doing an hour and 10 minutes of fishing depresses me too much. So let's switch things up. Praise the Lord. Praise the sun. Yes, we are done with fishing on Galandriel. Let's see who we should fish with next. So, Southern Belle, you're the scientist. I want you to scientifically calculate who I should play next. Let's take a look at the roster, shall we? Other characters includes Nemini the Hunter. She's level 105. I have Shinaria, my champion. I think she's 55-ish and in Moria. Or she might just be finishing up on Aragian. Oh, Eastern Malinhad. I think I took her into Angmar to finish some deeds. That sounds super boring, so we won't play Shinaria. Nemini the Hunter. Mirabella the Burglar. I think she's in... I thought she was in Moria. None of my characters are where I thought they would be. I also have Lenorian the Minstrel. She's in Rohan. And Adrafina the Runekeeper is in the Red Horn Lodes in Moria. We are getting a lot of deities praised tonight, so if nothing else, it's been a very spiritual stream. So, let's see if Southern Belle is still awake, or if she has an opinion on which character she thinks I should play next.
It's all up to you, Southern Belle. It's all you. Love runs linear regression.
Okay, Adrafina it is. She is wearing the light Lossoth armor that you get in Forakel. And I like the cosmetic look of it. She has leveled past it, but I the boots just make the whole outfit for me. I just think that's a great look. She's wearing the Cape of the Hot Shot, which is what you get for completing 500 task turn-ins. So we're going to have Audrafina set fire to stuff in Moria, because it's fun.
Fire?
Exactly. I think we've picked up 2 more viewers just since I stopped fishing already, so that's a good thing.
That's a sign.
Alrighty. We are at the Orc Watch. In fact, I think the last time I was playing Audrafina, I was kind of wandering around lost, and I was like, oh, I found a place that I recognize. Time to log off. Let's see what we got for quests. Tell the foreman of the presence of many orcs. Aid Bori with his preparations. Oh, I was looking for the guarded junction on the eastern road and never did trip across it. Head west and begin your exploration of Zalem Melek, exploring the wide halls. Kill it with fire. Burn the fungal structures. I think that's down in...
Burn, baby, burn.
Welcome to Khazad-dûm.
the Foundations of Stone. So we're going to go talk to the foreman up in the 21st Hall real quick. Then we'll make our way around to some other quests. For those of you who have not explored Moria yet, your first time through here will be challenging. You'll spend a lot of time wandering around in circles lost until you kind of learn the lay of the land. But once you can...
Generally criticizing developers.
Yes. But once you learn your way around Moria, it will quickly grow in an affectionate place in your heart. It's a wonderful place to quest and explore. There's tons of things to see and do. And truly, it's unique in the MMO world. I can't think of another region like it. It's a single dungeon that's also an entire region of the world. There's all kinds of sub-regions. It's huge. There's lots to see and explore. It's truly a masterpiece of game design. And also a huge pain in the ass when you're trying to find your way around.
That's all thanks to Coke Zero.
All thanks to Coke Zero, which gives me the life-giving caffeine I need to stay awake when lost in Moria. Spiteful Smith loves Moria. And Moria didn't lag. Shayla601, welcome. Yeah, let me know if the stream still looks pixelated or if things are shaping up a little better now that we're actually doing some dungeon stuff. I thought maybe it just looked pixelated because all of your eyes were tearing up because I just kept fishing and fishing and fishing. But I must have pulled, I don't know, 30 or 35 festival tokens fishing tonight, so... It can be a little tedious if you're not into fishing. I make the best of it. You get something cold to drink, you get a snack, and you just sit there and tap the one button. The next thing you know, you've got another handful of starlit crystal, so... It's not the most exciting
Pixelitis.
thing in the world to do, yeah. Pixelitis. I'm still suffering from it. That's disheartening. I am not sure what to do about it. Well, I do have one idea. I don't remember if I can do this on the fly or not. Let me see if I can drop down to 45 frames a second instead of 60. And maybe... Video output is currently active. Please turn off any output to change video settings. So I have to drop the stream in order to try to clean up the pixelation. So we'll take another vote. Type fix it if you want me to drop the stream for a minute to fix the pixelization. Type leave it if it's annoying but not so annoying that you want me to drop the stream. So fix it or leave it. Whichever I get the most votes for is what I will go ahead and do. F-Tlog, do something other than fishing. Okay, fair enough. Was I missing a Game of Thrones conversation? Yeah, I did.
You were, yeah. When I was at Worldcon a couple of years ago, I actually ran across George Martin in the vendor stalls.
Was he cool or completely insane or a little of both?
No, he was just walking with a buddy of his and just chatting.
That's cool.
Just, regular kind of person thing, Except, short and wearing a funny hat. Because that's what he does is, he wears a funny hat.
That's his thing.
That's his thing, yes.
Hey, dumbass, there's orcs in Moria. You might be the only dwarf that didn't know that.
Greetings, friend. Are you lost?
Not enough room. Oh, good news, everybody. We get to do inventory management. Because that's a thing, too. Better news, I have a fishing pole on Adrafina. I knew you'd be excited.
Hear me out, friend, for I have a tale of glory to tell.
I have hindered the enemy.
The merchant hulls of Khazad-dûm lie in darkness now.
That's a nice pair of shoes.
There you go. Picture of a coelacanth, just because.
Fantastic. Nice. I've got a 40-gallon tank. I don't see any reason why I couldn't keep one.
Other than, they might try to eat your wife.
Also true.
They're big.
Did you ever see the movie Hannibal? With Julianne Moore as Clarice Starling?
Oh, yeah.
There's a great
Quid
line
pro
in...
quo, Clarice. Quid pro quo.
No, that was Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Hannibal was the sequel where he's escaped to Europe and they have a manhunt out for him. There's this Italian police inspector, and he gets a bead on Hannibal Lecter, just coincidentally. And he's married to this really hot young Italian wife. And instead of arresting Lecter or trying to capture him, he sells the information he has to this billionaire in the States who Lecter really just screwed over. And he's also not a particularly good guy. And so the dude sends like a private bounty hunting team to go try to capture Lecter alive. And Lecter finds out that the police inspector turned him in. And he captures him and has him taped up. And the police inspector knows what Lecter's about to do. But he goes, well, I know you don't have a lot of incentive to cooperate for your own behalf. You know what's going to happen. But I'm giving serious thought to eating your wife. And Anthony Hopkins delivers the line just beautifully, and the entendre isn't lost. Of course, Hannibal the cannibal, he knows exactly what he means,
Right.
so
Yeah.
he tells him what he wants to know. Yeah, I like my wife. I just as soon you not devour her, so.
The day of the dwarves is coming.
Whether you're Hannibal Lecter or a coelacanth.
Or a coelacanth, yeah. I got bad news for the coelacanth. Mrs. Mustafa is pretty fond of seafood. I think it would be a pretty fair fight. All right, yay for inventory management, yay for pack space. I have a bunch of other crap I need to get rid of here. All right, I still got pack space. We'll keep rolling on. After all, I did promise Terrorblade adventure and mayhem, and he was kind enough to stick around through all of that fishing. So off we go. It's time to wreck some things. Go to the Orc Watch, Aid Bori, Guarded Junction, Burn Fungus Structures. We'll go back to the Orc Watch. Hall of Flowing Water, Great Hall of Durin.
I just found a picture of, those novelty erasers that are in the shapes of animals.
Mm-hmm.
I just found one in the shape of a coelacanth.
Awesome. Backlagor, howdy! And Aurora Ember is here too.
Was.
Sorry, Aurora Ember. I can't believe I missed you. Have a great night. Backlagor is also a fellow member of the Lotro stream team, and I believe you're streaming tomorrow, Backlagor, or you just stream on Sundays? Here, let's check and see. Saturday. Yep, Backlagor's on tomorrow. We've got McVegan Pants, and then Stafala, and then Backlagor Saturday evening. Ed is obviously a big follower. I do. I try to catch as many people streaming Lotro as I can. I figure we are the primary marketing device for the game at this point, so the more people we have streaming Lotro, the better.
The time has come to drive forth the orcs from our kingdom.
It wasn't too long ago that it was actually rare to find anybody streaming the game. And over the last 18 months or so, you know, more and more people have started streaming Lotro. People are coming back to the game. We've got a very active Lotro stream channel now, which wasn't always the case. So if you have any interest in streaming and you think it might be fun to try streaming Lotro, feel free to reach out to any of us. We would be happy, for the most part, just about everybody would be willing to give you advice on how to set up your computer, which applications to run. Obviously, you don't want to take advice on how to configure OBS Studio for me because I'm pixelated. You know, there's me, and then there's a lot of good streamers that are part of the team. So find one of them and have them help you out. The more the merrier. I would love nothing more than to come on to stream Lotro sometime and find out there's already a dozen people that are doing it and that I don't need to be streaming at any given moment. One moment, I think Mrs. Mustafa is requesting a wardrobe adjustment.
And I have sandwich. Coke Zero.
Awesome.
Show them the sandwich. They can't see that lower.
Yeah, they can. It's right up in front of my face.
Really?
Yeah,
But
I
I
can
don't
totally
know if they
see
can
that.
see. I don't know.
I'm trying to kill a spider.
All right.
Okay. She gets a little fussy. She thought you guys couldn't
Who's
see the
big
sandwich.
whitey pants?
There, I just saw it up on the stream. Everybody saw the glory of the sandwich you made for me. Thank you, honey.
Yeah. Not much of it either. But it works. All right, I'm gonna go pass out.
All right, Pookie.
It's warmer over here.
So I think we're gonna mount up on the goat. It says I'm close to the guarded junction. The hell would the guarded junction be here? Thought I was looking for something out by the wide halls. Nope, there's black powder. Who knew? I'm right here in the middle of it. That was also dumb luck. I was actually going to head to the Foundations of Stone to go burn fungus because I thought that was closer. And there was a barrel of black powder right where I wasn't expecting one. And yes, I named my fiery ruined stone the Cauterizer. That's surprisingly difficult to do, by the way. You have to type really fast. Black powder, black powder. Kryles is back. Southern Belle, Mrs. Mustafa will be delighted to know that you were admiring her sandwich. I'm sure it will be delicious. And she brought me more Coke Zero, but she brought it in a Yeti cup. So I cannot crack the bottle cap open in front of the microphone for your listening pleasure. My apologies for that. Grodbog. Fire kills bugs dead. I have not rolled an RK yet. They're a pretty fun class. They're kind of a glass cannon. You get used to killing stuff before it ever reaches you, so it's one of those things that when you actually get your Runekeeper defeated, you're like, oh man, I really goofed that up. The skill trees work a little bit like hunters, in that red line is very powerful with fire attacks, but you have to stand still. If you go yellow line, it's lightning attacks, but you can move around while you are fighting, if that makes any sense. So it's sort of like how blue hunters can run around, but red hunters have to stand still. That's a thing. So this combination I'm using here, I go from Essay of Fire, which opens up with a damage over time attack, but the main thing this does is it makes your next attack fire instantly. What does it say? It has no induction. And the second one I hit with Essence of Flame normally has a really long induction, but it does a lot of damage. So when you hit those back to back, it's a nice combination. And then it activates Smoldering Wrath, which is a powerful damage over time spell. And it basically burns down whatever hit points they have left. So Essay of Fire, Essence of Flame, and then follow it up with Smoldering Wrath, and they never get to you. And I'm by no means an expert Runekeeper. This is the only Runekeeper I play. She's only at 61st level. But it's a fun class. It's powerful. And they can also be pretty effective as healers over time in a group. The stuff that I'm killing, these are all kind of garbage mobs, but they're all garbage mobs that have Slayer deeds associated with them. So At 61st level, I probably ought to be done with Moria by now, but I've got some stuff to clean up, at least quest-wise. So I may as well try to get some Slayer deeds done while I'm still in here. Runekeeper's also pretty easy to do Slayer deeds with, as you can imagine. It's not a whole lot different from a minstrel. You're just attacking with fire or lightning rather than light. I was thinking there's another barrel of black powder over here, but that doesn't appear to be the case. I need to keep moving on. Superb single target healers. If you need a character to heal a group, take a mini. If you need a healer dedicated to just the main tank, take an RK. So saith Gamer Gramp. And there's our 8th barrel of black powder. And a little bit of ore that I don't need. From the release of Moria to when I stopped playing just before Helm's Deep released, your main was an Elven Runekeeper. Yeah, Audrafina was originally on Silverload. And she is the only character from Silverload that I ported over to Arkenstone. The rest of them went to Crick Hollow. But I liked her enough and I was playing her regularly enough, I thought she may as well join my main group. Although, well, I think I play Crick Hollow a lot more than I used to. That used to be pretty occasional for me. Find the Guarded Junction is still a thing. The Eastern Road. Well, why is the black powder here? This Guarded Junction of which you speak. Oh, this must be on the ass end opposite part of Salem Malek. I've got most of the quest done down here. This is a cool spell. It drops a giant explosive fireball down on the target. Snapjaw. Oops. There we go.
The day of the dwarves is coming.
And we're back off to the 21st hall. I never healed a raid, but I did plenty of Grand Stairs runs as healer. Healed through some of Mirkwood. I am on Arkenstone. Hi Miami 98. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correct. Welcome, Hi Miami. Glad to have you with us. No, I'm not on Crick Hollow tonight. I am on Arkenstone. Art 9K has played since closed beta. Wow, you've been at this a long time. I think I played during open beta. I only have two 105s. I am still free to play. Lotro's a great game. VIP is money well spent. Just never have had to do it. I played a lot of different characters and kind of leveled them all up at the same time. So I never really had any problem generating Lotro points. And I've been able to unlock all the regions of the game, get all the expansions, get all the quest packs without actually having to open my wallet. I have gotten gift cards that I've used for Lotro points. I am a freemium account. Also, if you actually watch some of the Twitch streamers, they give away Lotro point codes occasionally. And I've actually won a couple of those. But by and large, I've been able to generate enough Lotro points that I haven't had to spend any money. Yeah, I apologize for the pixelization. I'm going to have to turn the frame rate down and just doesn't sound like anybody thought it was bad enough I needed to stop the stream, so we'll live with a little bit of pixelization, I guess. I would like to murder those warg riders. Fishing and inventory management is free. It's true. Lucky enough to be around for the lifetime account during the first anniversary. That is awesome. Yeah, I figured it up. My Asheron's Call subscriptions totaled around $1,200. So if you got in on a lifetime account and you're still playing Lotro, it was really money well invested. So I guess if I had a message about subscriptions tonight, boys and girls, it would be this. Don't be like me. Subscribe to Lotro. Get your VIP. You get 500 Lotro points every month. You get Swift Travel. You get mail anywhere. You don't have to go find a mailbox to send stuff around. It's great for managing your inventory, sharing your crafting materials between characters. You can also use the Destiny Point system. It unlocks all the quest packs. It really provides a lot of value and just helps ensure the financial health of the game moving forward. So even if you've never gone VIP before, if you go VIP for just 1 month, it actually unlocks a lot of stuff that even after your subscription expires will stay open for your character. I know there's some guides and things out there. If you just do a Google search for Lotro benefits of VIP, you can find all kinds of information on this stuff. Again, I'm kind of a grizzled old diehard when it comes to VIP. I've already got so much of the game unlocked. There's almost no point for me going VIP at this point, but that doesn't mean it isn't a really good idea for you. So you can play free to play. Most people aren't wired like me. It would be an unusual person who could follow my play style and be happy with the game. I'm just weird. That's what it boils down to. Okay, what the hell did I come back here for? Oh, I'm still trying to figure out the junction on the Eastern Road. That actually leads up to the blocked hall. Somebody told me earlier in chat where it was, too. The guarded junction on the Eastern Road is in Nudmalek, and the White Hand encampment of Stazgnak is located among the Red Horn Lodes. Bori has asked you to investigate the guarded junction along the Eastern Road and to collect barrels of black powder from the White Hand encampment. So I've got the black powder. The Eastern Road. Across the rope bridge. The north. Okay, well I know where that is. Where's my goat? Guess I didn't need to come all the way up here, but it's not too far off the beaten path. Thank you, Art. Well, one of the problems I run into frequently is I'll get my pack space overfilled, and when you're in the middle of nowhere, like out in Aragian or out in Dunland, and you're hundreds and hundreds of meters away from the nearest mailbox, I mean, you don't want to stop in the middle of a quest because your packs are full, and just being able to mail stuff off to your alts would be really wonderful. I agree that finding mailboxes is interesting, and it's not as lore breaking. But really what VIP about is with Lotro, and I think one of the reasons why I encourage it, is it's really not at all a pay-to-win system. What it really tends to be is, I know there's a way you can target with that. I don't know what it is. Maybe that's a future skill I don't have yet. What are we going to do to him? Let's throw the firewall up. Why is he hiding around the corner now? Still hiding around the corner. That was not what I meant to throw. Okay, let's see where we're going. Mount up again. Spiteful Smith. It's in the talents. Up a lot of stairs. Kurgzer. This makes it look like I rode past. Looks like I'm right on my way. Targeted fire rune stone. I've discovered the deep crossroads. This must be new. I don't remember a deep crossroads from before. You assess the strength of the force at the guarded junction. That's an old broken staircase. Collected barrels of black powder. Bring it to Bori. We'll get back there the old-fashioned way. We'll port. Alright, I think I'm a kindred with both factions. So I pretty much just need to get rid of whatever I can get rid of. Let's see what we can take. Vile filth? Nope. Raking claws. That is a yes. Elegant sword sheaths. That's a yes. Broken crossbows are useless. I need to vendor those. Spotted skin. Not at this board. Spotted furs, not at this board. Polished sword sheaths, not at this board. Creepy filth, not at this board. Barbed claws, not at this board. Barbed carapaces. Monstrous scales. Monstrous is below Moria. Okay, well that ought to do it for now. Why do we do our task item turn-ins every day, boys and girls? Because you get item experience, you get regular experience. Depending on the task turn-in, you might also get war steed experience. You gain reputation with factions. Plus, you can earn cosmetics and titles.
Thank you,
Only
friend.
good things
I
happen.
understand the lay of Stasnak slightly better now. I need your help, my friend.
Oh, looks like I need 2 slots open. Medium armor, club, heavy helm, medium armor, light shoulders. Not as good as the shoulders I have.
It is time now to set my plan into motion.
What is your plan? His daring plan to combat the White Hand. I think we have to go do inventory management real quick and we'll come back. Sorry about that. Catriana says, are there any specific factions you recommend cozying up to begin with? There is one. You'll notice I have a prized Thorin's Hall goat. As you're working your way through Eriador, doing Arid Lewin, the Shire, Breeland, the Lone Lands, the North Downs, even the Trollshaws, Evendom, all of those areas, there will be dwarf camps that will give you rep with Thorin's Hall. One of the things I try to do before I get to Moria is get kindred with Thorin's Hall in particular, and there's an area in Thorin's Hall called the Blue Stone Garrison that's off to one side where the river flows through the middle of the Thorin's Hall there, and they sell, you have to be kindred to buy it, but you can get a prized Thorin's Hall goat, 250 morale, 62% speed boost before you ever get to Moria. And you can only ride goats in Moria, you can't ride horses. So of all of the groups that it's good to be kindred with, Thorin's Hall might be the most important, so that you're not walking through the beginning parts of Moria. You can earn goats as you go through Moria, but the sooner you have a goat, the better. So that is one tidbit. You can also get a fast travel skill. If you turn in 100, you have to be kindred with Thorin's Hall and also turn in 100 Dour Hand crests, and you can buy a return to Thorin's Hall travel deed in addition to all of your other travel skills. That's kind of handy. You know, and especially for stuff like the Summer Festival, there will be different quests in Eriador that'll have you returning to Thorin's Hall periodically. And if you can just pop over there with the push of a button instead of having to figure out, gee, let's see, I need to go to North Bree and then take the Stable Master. And, you know, I mean, it's not that you can't get there easily enough, but just having the travel option to push the button. It's like I was talking about with VIP earlier. It's not that the whole goal is to make your playing time fun and efficient so that you don't spend a lot of time doing things like inventory management, but you know, just maximizing your playtime and not spending a lot of time on character maintenance and account maintenance stuff. Broken longbows are actually good for task turn-ins, but not in Moria. The only place I know of that actually takes them is Ecad Mirabel in the corner of Aragian closest to Enidwaith. You can turn them in at your housing area task turn-in station. They're not good for rep, but they are worth a pretty good chunk of experience if they're nearly on level for you. And I had more crap I wanted to sell. I think I'm done with these shoes. Anything that's gorgeous and almost everything that's broken in Moria can be sold. Had a bunch of broken crossbows. Monstrous wings are level 48. Won't be using a halberd on my Runekeeper anytime soon. We can sell that. There's those broken crossbows I don't need. Another thing that I have a bad habit of not getting rid of soon enough are Athelas essences that are way below level. So if I'm level 61, I probably only want to keep them if they're for like level 45 on up. Anything lower than that, I can probably go ahead and just sell them or mail them to a lower level alt. And I think for now that's probably going to be Burglars and Guardians. As much inventory management as I can muster. Oh, no. I'll need to do more.
You are ill-equipped to venture into Khazad-dûm.
I am ill-equipped. Thank you for reminding me. Broken engravings, broken crossbows.
Okay.
I'm gonna head off to bed too.
All right, Gamer Gramp. I appreciate you popping into chat and hanging out with me. It always makes the stream more fun.
Yeah, I've been quiet for the last hour, but you know, dinner does that.
Well, you know, I figured Dob wanted to talk to you a little bit, or maybe you were eating a sandwich yourself. Who knows?
Down there and
Yeah, stir fry, but yeah, close enough.
Perfect. Well, hey, have a great weekend, and hopefully I'll get a chance to talk to you again soon, bud.
Yep. Take it easy, Ed.
You
Night.
as well. Bye.
all right.
So, oh, deed completed. What the hell did I complete? Nude Balek, 7 of 7. That was enough to raise my loyalty. I got 30 marks and some Lotro points for that. Discovering adventure in Zalem Malek. So I've got one more area to explore and kill stuff in. That's interesting. I have 2 more legendary item slots that I could be working on, and I don't have them occupied with anything, so it's an oversight on my part. We will pop into the crafting hall really quick and fix that, and that gives me an opportunity to pop up here and do some crafting. Yay! Another one of the 5 Tedmits of quality Lotro streaming. For those of you playing at home, the 5 Tedmits of quality Lotro streaming are: Thou shalt fish, Thou shalt craft, Thou shalt eat on camera, Thou shalt do task turn-ins, Thou shalt do inventory management, and I think that's the 5. So there you go. It's already a quality Lotro stream. Gungreen, everything is closed. Art's hanging out, or heading out. Bye, Art. I thought it was for the cookies. Okay, so back to legendaries.
House of Durin will live forever!
Shift I. Okay, so these incredibly rare and valuable legendary items, most of what you're going to do with them is actually level them up and then grind them for relics. There's actually not a whole lot about them that's all that legendary.
It is said that Durin's bane dwells here, but we have not seen it.
Aged Ruin of Deflection. So, in order to create very powerful weapons, you need to crush a bunch of not that powerful weapons and extract the relics from them, and then use them in more powerful weapons later. And we've got pack space again. Okay, let's keep the quest train rolling here. Yay, it's people. I think somewhere up above me, I might be right underneath it, there's actually a hidden tavern here in the 21st hall that's up in the rafters somewhere. At least that's the rumor. I think Bori and I are getting ready to go kick some orc ass. This should be pretty exciting. As long as I don't scream horribly as I die in pain. Thou shalt maintain your armor and weapons, in my opinion. Oh yeah, I always hit repair every time I hit the vendors to sell stuff. And Eisenwolf, welcome. Glad to have you with us. Terrorblade, you don't have any late night pizza shops that are open? We have a place a couple miles away that actually delivers till like 3 a.m. I had pizza for lunch, so I don't really want pizza for dinner tonight.
Saruman's
And
attempts
Mrs.
to
Mustafa
bring the
made me a
orcs of
lovely
Moria
sandwich.
Under his sway will only be ended when his minions perish. The valor of the dwarves must be relied upon in these dark times. At Starsnach, the White Hand must be cut off.
Wave at Bori to demonstrate the signal. Follow Bori. Talk to Bori. Get to the side of the building without being seen. Perfect, Audrafina. Absolutely top-notch. Do you see where the tracks pass over that gap in the rocks? No. Get beneath the tracks there without being seen and then wave me over when it's safe. Looks like I just need to avoid this bodyguard dude. Bossy is not feeling me. Oh, it says under the bridge. Maybe I have to be up a little further. Here? Nope. Come on, Bori. There's a long way to run. Wait for the orcs to leave. They did it. Get beneath the platform without being seen. Skirt wide of the sentry. Get under the platform. And wave to Bori. 3 o'clock? That's pretty hardcore. Tiger King, welcome. Good to see you. I am in my ninja stealth mode. You see that scaffolding to the north? Get to its shadows and wave me over. See a whole lot of shadows over here, actually. I have never seen you before. Okay, well, welcome. Sorry about that, Tiger King. I know I've talked to a few different tigers here on Lotro Stream before. I just thought you were one of them. But glad you ran into me anyway. We're just running some quests in Moria. I'm on Adrafina, my 61st level runekeeper here on Arkenstone. We were doing some festival stuff earlier. I did a lot of drinking and fishing on my character anyway. It's Ashpar. Bori, son of Bosi, and this is Adrafina, roomkeeper of the highest quality. Ashpar the Merciless. This is going to be a very short fight. Big Ed, who is your lowest level character? I think I have a little first level burglar on Brandywine that I haven't really started playing yet. That's first level. But as far as characters that I've played a bit, I've got a 28th level guardian on Crick Hollow named Shoregun, who at this point is mostly just a crafting alt. I have another guardian that's also on Crick Hollow that's actually named Big Ed Mustafa, and I play him a lot more than Shogun.
Do you think Ashbar spoke the truth?
You need not worry. Asfar sought only to frighten us with those words.
Ooh, nice gloves.
My nephew worries as much as his father.
Heading to Bosi in the Chamber of the Crossroads. Mazog's Reach. Yeah, my Crick Hollow character lineup was a bit of a mess because of all the Silverload characters I moved over there. I had 2 Guardians, and then the crafting circles got all jumbled. I had 2 Woodworkers. I've since fixed that. Might have had 2 Jewelers at one point. I think I fixed that. Just weird stuff like that. I think I converted one of the Woodworkers into a Scholar, which was a good thing. Ooh, I can eat a sandwich on this ride. But most of my characters break out into either pre-Moria or post-Moria. Once I get a character through Moria, I tend to stick with them and play them out towards the end game. I like the area door content. I tend to play through it fairly quickly. I like Moria, but I don't like doing the same thing on 3-4 different characters. So I like to keep them at a variety of different levels. You know, like tonight, I'd already done festival stuff. I've done North Athelian dailies earlier in the week. Didn't really want to do them again tonight. I don't know that the viewers are that interested in them, and they're not that fun for me. So to take a break from it, I jumped on a mid-level character in Moria. I'm having fun going around and doing some quests I haven't done in a long time. And for me, the luxury of being able to jump on just about any character class at any level and just go do whatever sounds fun, that's my play style. You know, my hunter that's at level cap, one of the problems I have with her is a lot of the end game stuff gets so grindy that I'm already doing it on Galandriel, my champion. I don't want to go do it again on my hunter. So I have a hard time getting excited about going and playing my hunter for that very reason. Not that there's anything wrong with my hunter, just the stuff I need to be working on with her is stuff I just did with my champion, and it's not like I want to go do that again real quick. Now, my burglar on Brandywine, Little Ed Mustafa, who's one of the 40 Thieves kinship, he's fun to play because it's so different from the playstyle of the champion or the hunter. Even though I'm going through some of the same content that I've done with other high-level characters, he's still at the point where I'm doing stuff I haven't done for a long while. But the strategies and tactics that you use with a burglar are completely different than a champion or a hunter. Champion and hunter are both DPS classes, and with a burglar you have to be a little more thoughtful in your approaches. You have to use crowd control, kind of plan your attacks a little better. And it's a different play style, so it's not the same thing. You know, with a hunter, you shoot them and they run up on you. With a champion, you run up on them and hit them with your sword. Other than that, the playstyle's not that different.
Friend. We are in great danger. I will tell you what I have learned from the Book of Marsabul. It is grim indeed.
Ooh, session play. It's exciting. What's the best crafting skill for Guardians?
Alas, that Balin, son of Fundin, believed he could reclaim Moria but with a small force. As the Company of the Ring learned, the number of the orcs and the might of Durin's Bane could not easily be turned aside.
Barukazad. I'm on to champion. The two Guardians that I play are both metalsmith tailors. And, you know, Guardians need to be able to tank. They need the best armor they can get. And with metalsmithing, you can make heavy armor. You can make heavy shields. You can make cloaks. And basically guarantee that your Guardian will be in the best armor possible up until 100th level, where you start getting the essence armor and wearing that. And actually you can craft essence armor. And the crafted stuff is still very good. The session play is in the long past, before the bridge got broken, in case you're wondering. Spoiler alert. And here we are on the first hall side. Well, darn it, I'm a weaponsmith and I don't think it's good for a Guardian. it's not bad for a guardian. One of the things that I like to do with my guardians, a lot of guardians will tell you to go with overpower as your stance, and then use two-handed weapons to up your bleed damage. And I haven't done that. That's probably the best way to play. But I've been pretty happy just going with what do they like to call it? Sword and plank. But I usually go one-handed weapon and heavy shield, and then I also do shield spikes. And one of the things I like about shield spikes is it lets you up your damage without giving your shield protection away. And I'm always surprised at how quick so many guardians are to give up their shield in favor of two-handed weapons, when guardian is the only class in the game that can use heavy shields. I mean, at that point there's not that much of a difference between a guardian and a champion in blue line, other than the champion would still kill quicker. So I mean, those are just my thoughts. Your mileage may vary, and I'm probably wrong on thinking that shield spikes make up the difference in the damage output, but it does help. But if you're going to be a tank, be a tank. Guardians can be a little bit slow to kill, but I find by the time you get them up to the mid-40s, you get a couple of your area of attack options. You know, if you have to take 2 or 3 orcs or 2 or 3 goblins together at the same time, you know, you just throw in your AoE attacks while you're cutting them down. By the time you get to the second and third ones, they'll already be at half morale anyway. So it's not that much harder to kill a group. I mean, it seems like it when you're first starting out, but... Where are we going? There's a lot of orcs to be killed here. He's dead. They're all dead. Nobody's down there fighting. We can keep moving up. Okay. Looks like we're going to keep going. Retreat with Farrar across the bridge of Khazad-dûm. Oh, it's the Balrog. There you go, Southern Belle says it. Sword and board, there you go, I think they call it. Bring Captain Ori back to the 21st Hall. I'm Ori? Who knew? I do like some of the session play here in Moria, because it's nice to be able to see some of the places before they were ruined. Gravity! I think all the other dwarves are dead. I am Azog. We'll send you back to your maker. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that I can't defeat Mazog in this session play. Yeah, this doesn't get better from here. We cannot get out. Big Ed, when will you be streaming again? Weekend evenings are usually a pretty good time to catch me. You can also follow me at Big Ed Mustafa at Twitter. And I usually send out alerts if I'm streaming, so that would be one way to do it.
I do not know if things will be different this time. We must prepare for the storm.
Endurance, dexterity, or fortune? Vitality, agility, or fate?
The company of Balin, son of Fundi,
Oops, sorry for the
came
volume
to a
change.
foul end in the dark halls of Moria. Durin's bane is gone, but many orcs still dwell within those halls. Can the returning dwarves maintain their hold? The orcs prepare for war, and the dwarves must do the same.
We must make the Chamber of the Crossroads ready for war. We must make the Chamber of the Crossroads ready for war.
All right. I was hoping he'd repeat that 3 or 4 more times for me.
Abide here
Not
a
really.
moment and speak with me.
Anyway. Oh, hi, Rambavams. I didn't even see you sneak in. My apologies. Glad I went back and looked at chat. Yeah, Southern Belle loves sword and board. Exvotum says your mileage may vary. Hello, Exvotum. Anyway, we got the festival quest sorted out. Thank you for helping with that, Gravity. And congratulations on being kindred with Big Ed Mustafa. No problem, Southern Belle. Yeah. I know a lot of streamers don't like the cutscenes. I like them. I think that's like a little reward for completing a book. I still enjoy watching the cutscenes after all these years. Anyway, Terrorblade's got to go. We'll be back in 30 minutes if I don't get back in time to see you on your next stream. All right, sounds good. Thanks for coming by, Terrorblades. Glad you survived the fishing epic, and rest assured that Summer Festival can't last forever. It was a very proud moment. Lady or Lord of Streams is one of the more rare titles you can get. There are not a lot of us running around. And Southern Belle agrees that she likes the cutscenes too. She's very wise. Alright, who else do I need to talk to?
Perhaps soon we will
Sloppy.
toast our victory against the orcs of Moria.
Maintaining the supply chain.
Stand and speak with me. The fate of Khazad-dûm hangs in the balance.
Outside the chamber. And Thorgnir is outside Moria by the doors of Durin before the still pool. Find the bottom of the well. Here we go.
I am not
There's
sure Khazad-dûm can be
company
restored.
spore on his
The
patrol.
orcs have surely ruined it.
Stay alert. Orc spies could be anywhere. I have accompanied Spore on his patrol. I think that's what Lotro is really about, Southern Belle, just taking the time to enjoy the little things. One of the reasons I like fishing. Yeah, it's not that important in the grand scheme of things, but it's an enjoyable, relaxing way to spend time in the game world. There's enough war and fighting and hacking at orcs in Middle-earth to satiate even the most bloodthirsty of us, but,
The
you know,
shadow of Mordor will not
spending a
fall
few
through
hours
the halls
screwing
of
off at
Khazad-dûm.
festival stuff, or fishing, or just doing stuff that doesn't seem all that important is part of the joy of this game for me. This is going to be a bit of a long ride, which is okay. Because again, I can eat sandwich. And I don't think I wanted to ride in here, did I? Nope. I want to be down there. It's like Bugs Bunny used to say, I knew I should have turned west at East St. Louis. Which is very good advice. If you ever find yourself in East St. Louis, get the hell out of there. Grodbog. and because I know you can't get too much fishing information, I do want to mention the Black Pool right outside of the entrance to Moria. Wonderful place to fish. If you've got a fishing skill of 150 or higher, you can pull all of the sturgeon you want out of there. You can catch a 50-pound salmon. Great place to fish. Audrafina does not have that high of a fishing skill, I don't recall.
Greetings, friend. Are you lost?
Bring food supplies. So now I get to turn around and go back.
The day of the dwarves is coming.
Oh, sandwich eating time now, boys and girls. I got a stable ride straight back to the crossroads. We've got pickles, we've got little carrot and celery sticks. Thank you, Mrs. Mustafa. I don't deserve her, but she married me anyway. Ninth Pawn, howdy. How was your week, Ninth Pawn? Yeah, VIP would cut down on my snack time. I could never have swift travel. I could starve to death. Maybe that'll be how Mrs. Mustafa eventually murders me. She'll buy me VIP. I'll die of malnourishment. I had a pretty good week. The managers were out of town at the office, so we actually got to get a bunch of work done without them walking around second guessing everything, so that was nice. I had an amazingly good experience at the DMV this morning, which is an oxymoron. But it happened nonetheless.
The Lords of Moria have returned!
Yeah, alright, let's just get to the bottom of the well. I believe Audrafina already had well traveled. occasionally, if you land in deep enough water, you can survive that fall. Although I haven't survived that fall in a while. So there's that. You actually earn a title for jumping down that well the first time. Hi, Mr. Turtle. Hi, Mr. Salamander. I will murder you both. All right, thanks for playing. Rice cakes for snacks. Careful with that, Southern Belle. You might give me nightmares. I could wake up all in a lather and be like, I had the worst nightmare. I dreamt that Mrs. Mustafa brought me rice cakes for snacks. You survived it about 3 times total. I think you just have to hit it perfectly. Yeah. Dumb luck. I am close. Deep salamander count as worms. There's a slayer deed for those, so They're okay to mix it up with. There's some ore I don't need.
I'm not sure Khazad-dûm can be restored. The orcs have surely ruined it.
Any foes approach, even though we can't see them. Toads. More lizards. Toads again. Oh no, I got thrown. Here comes a big one. A big toad. Tongue lasher. I have defended Melmar from his foes. Tell Talfi he need not worry, this place is well protected by toads and lizards. And I'm under the effects of toad venom. It gives you a slightly psychedelic effect, not dissimilar from being intoxicated, as I was earlier doing the Ale Association and in-league runs. That was the wrong corner to walk around. I didn't think the lizards aggroed that aggressively. Oh, glowworm. Didn't see him. Yeah, they are aggressive. He's gonna run away. Good. That's awesome. I didn't even realize there was a navigable path along here.
The Lords of Moria have returned!
Orc Watch, File Maw, Deep Descent. Nazar Meekum. Might be the first time in my whole life I ever pronounced a Nazar Meekum correctly. I'm glad you guys could all be here to share that moment with me. I had to sound it out and use my words. Why is that called Durin's beard? Yep. You see Durin's face up there? Mostly you can just see my goat's butt. I guess they decided calling that waterfall Goat's Butt wouldn't be as dramatic. Anyway, there's a big dwarf's head that waterfall spills out of, so there you go. I assume it's a statue of Durin. Well, it is 2:03 Eastern Time, and I've still got 24 viewers in chat. Hopefully most of you are asleep by now. But I really appreciate the diehards who've stuck it out and hung out with me all night. Southern Belle in particular comes to mind. Glad to see some late joiners like Ninth Pawn also. And it was nice of Gamer Gramp to pop in and hang out with me in voice chat. Yeah, but if nothing else, if you haven't seen much of Moria before tonight, hopefully this is giving you at least a look at the absolutely grand scale of it all. It's just amazing content. It's unique. It is extremely well designed. Standing Stone has done a nice job of tweaking it and improving it and revamping it over the years. It's gorgeous. The scale, there's just nothing else like this anywhere in not just MMOs. I don't know of another instance in another video game period where you had any kind of vast underground kingdom to this extent. I mean, it amazes me. I think as Lotro players, we get kind of used to Moria, kind of jaded to it. Take a look around sometime and just renew your appreciation for the greatness that is Moria. This vast underground dwarven kingdom lost to the ages. Abandoned but not unoccupied.
May Durin return soon to his halls.
And if you're sitting there watching me play going, I wonder how long it took him to learn his way around Moria like that. It was a damn long time. Don't kid yourself. I remember when I went through here with Galandriel for the first time. I was so lost. I spent months wandering around, lost doing quests, trying to find my way, getting frustrated. Not just the mapping is almost useless. Excuse me. The quest rig circles are almost useless because there's a lot of verticality here. You can be a couple hundred meters away from something on the map, or have the quest ring show it as nearby, but you're up here and it's down here. It's not something you're going to pick up the first week or two you're in Moria. You kind of have to pay your dues. Rambavams is here. Your eating makes me want to start making breakfast. Guess I need to get up finally. Katriana says, not asleep. Glad to hear it. And Doug Glendower, lurking and listening while Star Trekking across the universe. Well, Doug, thank you for hanging out and lurking. Okay, Thelfi can rest
The
assured.
time has come to drive forth the orcs from our kingdom.
Talk to Bosi.
I hope we have done enough, friends.
I hope you have too. Medium, medium, medium. Oh, heavy shoulder guards. Ooh, it's a silly hat. Probably with slightly better stats than what I'm wearing.
The dwarves at the Heart of Fire must prepare for an attack.
Dell donated $2. Thank you, Dell. Very much appreciated. Dell is taking the advice from former President George W. Bush, POTUS number 43. We were talking earlier, and I still have him on the line here, and was just wondering, President Bush, what do you think the best way is to support your local Twitch streamer? I know you get asked that a lot. People are concerned. What do you think?
I know a lot of people want to send blankets or water. Just send your cash.
Thank you, President Bush. Dell has taken that advice and donated $2. I very much appreciate that. It's nice of you to do that. And I will definitely appreciate the donation. So, it's one of the nice things about the Twitch community. The Lotro folks here aren't afraid to throw some bits your way or throw a donation. A lot of us are finally getting subscriber buttons on the affiliate program. We're excited about that. And, it just kind of encourages us to do what we're doing. Talk to this dude, and this dude is the Heart of Fire located off the way of the Smiths. Silvertine Loads. Is back the other direction I just came from, so we can head that way. Donations are never expected, but always appreciated. So, at some point later this year, I would like to build a new PC. I want to get one of those 8-core Ryzen processors. Maybe get one of the new Vega video cards that AMD is just getting ready to unveil. And build a super sleek streaming PC. And, if I can get enough in donation money to, maybe pay for the mouse, I could tell Mrs. Mustafa that, yeah, donations paid for a lot of this, honey. Don't worry about it. Being the wife of a radio control pilot, she already knows I'm completely full of crap and will lie through my teeth about what I spent on hobby stuff. So it will come as no shock to her that I'm fibbing. Just as whenever I ask her what she spent on new camera equipment, she just gives me this blank look and is like, why do you want to know that? It's a lot. She spends a lot on camera equipment. And that's okay. There we go. That statue right there, that dwarf looks like he just drank too much of the Ale Association challenge and he's just throwing up beer. Yeah, Mrs. Mustafa will spend a small fortune on lenses. And it's not like she knows that she needs it. She's like, well, I may have to do some portraits for senior photos, and I think this particular kind of lens might help. She'll go buy the lens and then be like, yeah, it didn't help. Just adds it to the collection. Then camera bags. I think the whole reason she got into photography is just so that it gave her a new type of purse that she could buy. The camera bag. One of our frequent jokes is whenever she says she wants to go bag shopping, it's like, honey, there are only two kinds of purses in this whole world. Too small or too heavy. So by the time she finds a bag or a purse that will fit everything that she wants to cram in it, she won't be able to carry it anymore. Diseased dragonets. These are important for a few reasons. There's a Slayer deed for them. They also drop Drake scales for the 50th level class item quests. So if you have any alts that need Drake scales, you can pull them off of dragonets in Moria. It's not a common drop, but they do drop. Oh, more scarring up above. Yeah, megapixels can be overrated, Doug. If you've got a good quality sensor, that makes as much of a difference as, megapixels and whatnot. Time for me to go have a good night. Ninth Pod, you have a good night as well. Hopefully I'll get a chance to see you more this weekend. Get some rest, buddy. Nope, back in the waterworks. Didn't want to go this way. I think it said Silvertine Loads. Probably need to go through that door I ran past. Let's try there. But one of the other things I learned about photography from Mrs. Mustafa is that when a new camera comes out, they're not very rational about it. Mrs. Mustafa has replaced a bunch of perfectly good, nice, expensive SLRs with new models just because she wanted new models. and the trade-ins they give her at the camera store are not overly generous. If you're willing to get an SLR that's 2 or 3 models back, you're going to get a really nice, good working camera on the cheap. And I mean, like, I'm just going to pick a couple of models off the top of my head. Let's say you're looking at a Canon Rebel 5 XTI. If you go find the 3 XTI for sale on the used market, if the 5 XTI is $799, you can probably get the 2 XTI for $200-300, maybe like $200 or $250, in nice shape, gently used. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the used camera equipment turns over fairly regularly and is not particularly hard to come by. So don't give up on your dream of an SLR. In fact, I was kidding Mrs. Mustafa. We were just talking about this the other day. Her first SLR she ever had. I had spent a whole summer buying a lot of model airplane stuff and having quite a bit of fun with it too. And when Christmas came around, I thought, wow, she was really patient with me. I'd better do something nice for her. And she'd been wanting an SLR. She'd been working on point and shoot cameras, and had really gotten better with the photography. And I mean, it was time. She was ready for an SLR. So for Christmas, I got her a Rebel XT that year, and it was $1,000, and it was like, she deserved it. I know she's going to use it. She'll have fun with it. It's a little extravagant, but okay. As much money as I, frittered away on toy airplane stuff, she probably deserved that SLR. And she used it for a couple of years and then moved on to bigger and better cameras. And I think she ended up trading that thing in for like $150 trade-in credit on a new $1,200 or $1,500 camera a few years later. So I don't mind her trading in the camera. I just wish I didn't still have 17 more payments left on the thing. That's all I'm saying. Although it could explain why Mrs. Mustafa hasn't murdered me yet. She might think that I could end up getting her another nice camera at some point. So, it might be why she's keeping me alive. Bedtime for me. Gravity, take care. Congratulations on 200 fishing. Feels good, doesn't it? eBay.com. I love it, Wasm. Yeah, I think SLRs are one area where you can actually get a good buy. At night I come without being fetched. By day, though lost, I am not gone. All know me, but only the ocean heeds my call. That would be the moon. I have found a strange rune-marked key within the chest. Okay. Oh, I'm working on Enmity of the Drakes too, as well as the Dragonet Slayer deed. Very good. Oh, and I'm supposed to be murdering deep claws and destroying their filthy nests. So that's a thing. Panasonic Lumix G series. 4/3 is what I crave. It wasn't there really like now when I was into photography during college. Yeah. We are going to murder these deep claws good. John Vapor, welcome. Good to see you. Grodbog. I only need to kill 151 more deep claws. And then I have Slayer Advanced knocked out. That is fantastic. I don't know what Slayer Advanced actually does for me. I just like completing that stuff. For one thing, I think it'll give me 5 or 10 Lotro points, so that's always a good thing. Grodbog. I guess technically, since they're gray, I don't really need to be fighting them. I can just go collect the crystal. We'll do that. Everybody say hi to John Vapor. Let's not leave him hanging. Hi, John Vapor. Southern Belle is calling it a night. Good night, Southern Belle. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. I'm glad you were here. And there's Catriona being sociable. We try to have a nice friendly stream here and be sociable. I think it might be time for inventory management again. Boo for inventory management. One of these days, somebody is going to create an MMO where you have unlimited pack space. And that will be my next MMO.
May Durin return soon to his halls. The shadow of Mordor will not long fill the halls of Khazad-dûm. The time has come to drive forth the orcs from our kingdom. The shadow of Mordor will not long fill the halls of Khazad-dûm. May Durin return soon to his halls.
I wanted to equip this hat too. So if I've accomplished nothing else, I got a new hat tonight. That's pretty exciting. Ooh, bugs. Rambivams, you are not wrong. The Gradbog are merciless. There's no getting away from them in here.
Stand and speak with me. The fate of Khazad-dûm hangs in the balance.
One last quest and then I can move out of here. I think I'm looking for streaks of blue ore. Blue tinted ore sample. Wobbin, you are not wrong. I do need to empty that inventory. In this festival, I finally found the title I would like to use for my character. It comes from fishing, but I don't think I will manage to get it this time around. It's the rare fish one. Yep, that one can take a while. What server are you on again? I'm playing on Arkenstone tonight. I also stream regularly from Crick Hollow and from Brandywine. I have characters on all of the English-speaking servers. I don't get to Evernight, Landerville, or Gladden that often, but I do play there occasionally. Cool.
The time has come to drive forth the orcs from our kingdom. We have little time to speak. Great events have been set in motion.
Use the goat. I used the goat.
Welcome to Khazad-dûm. Welcome to Khazad-dûm. Stay
Speak
and
with
speak with me a
Lickmund.
moment.
Chamber of the Crossroads. Yeah, I know my way there.
The time has come to drive forth the orcs from our kingdom.
Well, that was silly. I slotted something in 6, but didn't add it to the tracker.
Have you anything to trade which might help us in our venture?
Broken crossbows. I'll trade you for cash. That's a good deal for one of us. Yeah, I don't really need the broken wooden clubs. I don't know much, but I know barbed beaks are not useful. All right, we have managed that inventory. Not gonna lie, it's
These
pretty
halls will be
exciting.
great once more.
Terrorblade is back. Howdy. Late night player.
The shadow of Mordor will not long fill the halls of Khazad-dûm.
And we are off to the crossroads. The bad news is I have run out of sandwich and baby carrots and celery sticks. So I have no snack for the ride. Terrorblade, you're back in just the nick of time. They're getting ready for the 3 a.m. Server reset. And I'll be able to start fishing again. So I'm glad you made it back in time for that. Just a joke. Dwarf Lord's Gate.
Arlene came, but we have heard no word from him.
Wow, I am running out of quests. Yeah, well, good, that's what I wanted to do. Bosie's recommendation. Heart of Fire, Way of the Smith, Silvertine Loads. Well, that's perfect. I rode back here for apparently no reason. That's okay. Let me check on something. Oh, that is fantastic news. Okay, everybody. I have been streaming now for 4 hours? 4 hours and 45 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed doing the festival stuff, the drinking and fishing. It was a good time. I enjoy torturing viewers by making them watch me fish. And I landed a whole bunch of festival tokens and got another handful of Starlit Crystal. So I'm happy about that. That went very well. Also, I had fun playing Audrafina, and I let Southern Belle pick who I was going to play. So, Terrorblade, you're going to be like talking to your therapist about watching me fish. It was horrible. He wouldn't stop fishing. There's so much other cool stuff to do. It's all right. You'll come to grips with it one day. But yeah, hey, thanks for Terrorblade coming by and checking out the stream. Yeah, Dell, thank you for the donation. Thank you for coming by and watching. And Wabin, you have a good night. I am going to go ahead and host Feckless. She's apparently trying to do from 1 to 105 on Bjorning in one stream, which is a little crazy. But we'll pop over, say hi, see how she's doing. You could also turn over and watch the Budafist, who is also streaming Lotro right now. The Budafist came by earlier to say hello. We gave him a shout out. We also gave Feckless a shout out. Hopefully, if you're fans of Lord of the Rings Online, you followed both of them. Since Feckless is an official Lotro stream team member, I'm going to go ahead and default to her. But we'll go ahead and host her. Feel free to pop into either one of their streams and say hello. And if you want to say Mustafa raid or Lotro stream raid, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and pop raid Feckless. And you can actually cut and paste that last part where it says Lotro stream raid and then capture the 2 rockets. And that's a thing. So let's go ahead and host Feckless. You guys have a great night and a super weekend. I should be on my own channel, Big Ed Mustafa, here at Twitch TV. We'll see. Just depends on how the weekend works out. If we get rain, that'll keep me on the computer. But I should be around. So I look forward to hanging out with you guys this weekend. And if I don't see you in my channel, hopefully I'll see you in yours. But have a great night. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'm going to count down silently from 10, and then we'll host Feckless.